official drop. The official drop of the first game of the NA qualifiers of the World Series of Warzone. Lovely to see you folks. We are a little bit ahead of schedule, but I figured, you know what? Let's have a chat. Let's talk about the World Series. Let's talk about what's coming up tonight, what's been changed, everything that's gone on. Let's talk about the changes that are happening in this qualifier, including how the lobbies are working. And let's just have a chat, because why not? It's the World Series of Warzone. We're going to have a grand old time with it. We're going to talk about everything that went down in the EU qualifier. We're going to talk about everything in the NA qualifier. And it's going to be grand. It's going to be lovely. Good to see you all in chat, guys. Hope you're doing well. It's definitely coffee hour. Or if you're a man like me, sneak hour. It's very much a sneak hour. But it's going to be a super exciting day today. We've got lots of really talented teams up in the rosters today, and it's going to be really, really good to see. I, for one, am very much looking forward to it. And it is going to be a busy day of the World Series of Warzone. Now, for those of you who missed the NA qualifier, the NA qualifier was, how do you say stacked? I think that's the best way to describe it. Now, the NA qualifier didn't go ahead according to plan, as many of you have probably seen. But some terrifying teams in it. Some really, really terrifying teams in the NA qualifier. And the same is going to apply to the EU qualifier as well. We saw a lot in the EU qualifier. We had some really talented individuals. Some people who just flat out, I would never want to face in Warzone. So it was a very busy day. But I'm very much looking forward to it. It's going to be grand, isn't it? Us, World Series of Warzone, chatting, fun allowed. You love to see it. you love to see it, really. But no, it's going to be grand. Really excited to be live today talking about World Series again. You guys know me. I like a bit of competition. I like a bit of competitive gameplay. And if the World Series of Warzone NA qualifier is anything like the EU qualifier, then we are going to be in for a ball of a time. Because the EU qualifier, if you missed it, despite the troubles and despite some of the bugs and issues, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Good to see you all, guys. Hope you're doing well. Pleasure to see you all in chat, guys. Now, we do have all 40 perspectives of every single team locked and loaded. Ready to go. Ready to run. Ready to talk about all of the madness and bonkers stuff that you're going to be seeing today. Good to see you guys. Hope you're doing well in chat. So yeah, we're going to talk about everything in the World Series of Warzone. We're going to go over some of the strategies that we saw in the EU qualifier, and we're just gonna have a good old chinwag about what to expect in this upcoming series of tournaments. Now, something I do want to touch on for possibly the early thing that we saw in the NA qualifier before it crashed 2 or 3 times and they gave up. One of the reasons the NA qualifier crashed was down to the number of people who stayed alive. So many people lived that the server literally didn't know what to do with itself. How impressive is that? And that's something to keep an eye on today. We didn't see a lot of this in the EU qualifier. Like, people did generally try to stay alive. But in the NA qualifier, people were alive for a very long time. Like, an extreme amount of time in places. Which I thought was quite something. Good to see you guys. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a fine evening as well. It is, of course, it's a busy evening. I mean, it's transfer deadline day. We've got World Series of Warzone NA qualifier. I've had to do all this stuff in the evening. Disgusting. Had to set up things. But I'm going to give you guys a quick rundown of the EU qualifiers. Got a little summary video for those of you who missed it, with all of the grand strategies and everything that happened. So let's dive on in. The World Series of Warzone EU qualifiers have come and gone, and before the NA qualifiers today, I'm going to give you guys a look at the emerging trends that we saw in the field on the first taste of the World Series of Warzone. The first trend is something NA teams are going to want to avoid, and that is contested drops. It didn't matter the caliber of the professional team, a number of teams in the EU qualifiers struggled when contesting named location or even unnamed locations with enemy teams. most of them struggling to get the 10 grand or fighting over scraps, many of them trading at least 1 to 2 downs or kills, limiting their capacity to regain early on. Spending 3 grand instead of getting the 10k loadout was super damaging and stopped them getting eliminations on the board quickly. By game 5, the vast majority of the teams were slow playing unnamed drop locations. I was surprised not to see some teams leave a parachuter hang high to act as an active UAV for drop points. The second big trend was a sniper rifle gamble, a huge shift in the general gameplay consensus that allowed some teams, including Azen LR, easily yesterday's MVP, to do some serious damage. Having a sniper meant that multiple teams were getting downs or losing plates, allowing his teammates to push up front and center and get some easy wipes. Snipers are a massive gamble in this tournament, but if used successfully, they work very well. The third emerging trend was the vehicle strategy, many teams opting for armored trucks or Big Berthas, hopping in the back of them and trying to catch teams in transition. This was a really good gameplay option that did sometimes backfire if they misjudged the overall health of the vehicle. It allowed teams to pick up some early eliminations as they headed towards the final 15 to get a very serious multiplier score. Speaking of the multiplier, that is definitely the final emerging trend. Very intelligent teams decided that because the multiplier applies to anywhere from 2nd to 15th place, that they would slow play until the last 15 teams and take the fights as they come. Once the final 15 was locked in, teams definitely started playing more aggressively, with first place being a 2x multiplier and second being a 1.5x to 15th being a 1.5x, it made more sense to I've left myself muted. Idiot. That was the EU qualifier, folks. And the EU qualifier was an interesting watch. We saw some very interesting choices in terms of pick rate, in terms of weapons, in terms of how teams were approaching strategy, in terms of just how teams wanted to play the field. Now, things are, of course, a little bit different this time around. Now, as you saw at the end of that video, the weapon setup, the perk setup, and all of the other setups were a little bit different. Season 5 has come, there has been a whole wave of updates, and there is going to be effectively an entire separate meta for this NA qualifier compared to the EU qualifier. For the EU qualifier, it was a very obvious choice. KG-40 Armaguerra tend to be the obvious choice. Most people, if they were feeling a little bit frisky, were running either the Gorenko anti-tank sniper or were running the 3-line sniper to be a bit more on the risk side of things. We saw Azen LR, who was one of the MVPs of the EU lobbies. He was using a 3-line sniper. Some people are definitely going to use the Gorenko method, but we'll have to wait and see. But there's also been a big shakeup in the overall AR meta, which is now very, very open. The XM4 has come back into the fray. The Automaton has come back into the fray. And all of these weapons before that were previously quite dominant, like the KG-40, are still high pick rate weapons, but not as high pick rate as you would anticipate. It's definitely a lot more open in that category, so it's interesting to see how that's going to pan out. The Armaguerra, for example, being the top rated SMG, statistically now is one of the worst SMGs to take. It has a higher damage drop-off than the Blixen. It doesn't do as well as, for example, the Nikita overrange. We've got the PPSH, which is now suddenly an utter meta weapon pick. Even the Grau 556 has become a meta option. So we're definitely going to see some fairly serious shifts in this. If we talk about primary weapons and we go to ARs generally, just to read you a list. Now, this is, of course, public lobbies. And I'm going to sort it by the overall public lobby, KD. But the highest KD picks, so players who are running the best weapons in the game, and they are the best players of Warzone, are statistically running the Blixen, the PPSH, and the Automaton with the Gorenko anti-tank sniper as well, which is very interesting to see. So in the top 10 highest KD players at the moment, the highest top 10 weapons are the UGM8, the PPSH-41, the Automaton, the new semi-broken M1 Garand DMR, the H4 Blixen, the Gorenko anti-tank rifle, the Armaguerra, the RA225, the Vargo 52, and then the 3-line rifle. So definitely some big changes for this compared to the EU qualifier. I would expect to see a lot of people running the PPSH. I don't think that will be a surprise. I don't think you will see a lot of people running the UGM8, although I would be surprised if we did see that. I think the Automaton is definitely going to be the highest pick rate weapon in the game right now in terms of all of the professional players. I'd be surprised if any of them are running the Armaguerra. The Armaguerra does feel good, but in something like World Series of Warzone, it comes down to fine margins. It's that one bullet you land, that slight increase in TTK, you know. It really comes down to the finest of minimal details. And because of that, the Blixen has a better damage setup. So I think you will see Armaguerras, perhaps some people unwilling to change. But I can see it being outperformed by the Blixen and PPSH. So interesting to see how that's going to go down. And then we've got all the other random Season 5 variables, and these are all things to bear in mind in terms of how they're going to change this game. Now, these games are being played in public lobbies, but they are whitelisted. So that basically what is going to happen is that all of these 120 players are going to end up in the correct lobby. It's just, they're basically kind of breaking the game a little bit to make this tournament work. That's fine. But the important part about that information is that you're going to have players playing in the same Season 5 lobbies that you guys are in, effectively, in terms of what content is there. So the Doomsday crates are there. The personal supply drops are there. The heroes and villain tokens are there. Anything that is in Season 5 presently is going to feature in this tournament. So if somebody lands on a personal supply drop, that is going to be disgusting. Like, that is going to give people a massive advantage off the rip. If somebody lands on a Doomsday crate and plays that 10 grand, you are going to see a huge fight over 4 specialist tokens, which again could be a massive asset to any team in the field. Especially with Foresight as well, bearing in mind that those Doomsday crates grant Foresight, which is massive in a placement tournament. Imagine getting Foresight and knowing where the final circle is going to be. You could camp in a power position for the entire game. So some pretty crazy stuff. Like anything that is in Season 5 that you've seen in Warzone that has been game-changing is going to feature in this tournament. That is a big prospect. And we also have, of course, heroes and villain tokens, which are their own problem. As all of us know, way too much audio. Are they going to affect third-party pushes? Will teams think, well, there's heroes versus villain tokens on the floor, maybe they won't be able to hear us. We can maybe make the push, be a bit more aggressive. Very interesting strategies could unfold there. Meta strategies, I don't think are going to be drastically different. I do think the PPSH and Blixen will come in quite a lot. I do think the KGM-40 will be replaced by the Automaton. But it'll be interesting to see what teams run snipers. We didn't see a lot of it in the EU qualifier, like 3 or 4 people, give or take, I saw running snipers, but they were very successful with it. So the first drop is in about 30 minutes, so that will be the first game 1 of the NA qualifier. And I think, looking back at the NA qualifier that we saw yesterday, which wasn't very long ago, sorry, not yesterday, a couple of weeks back, and some of the actual practice qualifiers as well that we have seen since the NA qualifier was rearranged. The interesting thing to note about all of that and what I've seen on that front is that you are going to get a real gear towards players staying alive. Like, what I found really shocking in the EU qualifier was a lot of hot drops ended up being contested very early. Lots of players died very early. We had people like Robstar's team who didn't make it through the qualifier because they had multiple contested drops. Now, compare that to the NA qualifier, where people were holding on for their damn dear lives. Like, people were refusing to die. They did not want to go down. Like, people, there were 100 people alive at Circle 3 at one point, which is utterly insane. That is a huge number of people. So it's definitely things to bear in mind. I think the servers should be fine this time around, for those of you asking in chat. It seems as though they're basically using the public service system, like the public server system and the public playlist to make this happen. So we'll see how that pans out. It seems like they have some sort of official dev support to make this happen a bit more smoothly now. Don't forget to like the stream and tell COD to give me this gig for real. Now, the other big thing that we're going to see is definitely a gear towards tacticals. Something to bear in mind that we didn't see a lot of in the EU qualifier. We have seen multiple nerfs to the stim. We've seen multiple nerfs to a few other things now as well, including the overall damage of, for example, a thermite. So I would expect to see Semtexes come in quite heavily here. Stun grenades, I mean, it's just got to be done, right? Stun grenades are the second highest KD tactical in the game right now, alongside snapshots. So, would it surprise me? No, not really. It's going to be very interesting to see. I think this is going to be a really good day of some spicy Call of Duty action. Now, a couple of names. We're going to go for a couple of teams just because I had these notes listed down from last time, and it was really sad that I didn't get to use them. Deeply upset me. I wrote down all of these wonderful things and all these notes about teams playing, and didn't get to use a single one of them. So, we got some interesting teams in the fold. We've got Bartonologist's team, who are Team 1. That is something that's going to be really interesting. I think Bartonologist is a great player. I think he's a universally good BR player. So I think that that's something that's going to be massive. Really excited to see how he does today. Exact in Team 2. Really talented player. Could see that going well for them. We've got a couple of other teams as well who are going to be problematic in this tournament. For example, we have Soka in Team 21, who is utterly ridiculous at pretty much every single game that he plays, especially when it comes to anything Warzone related. We've got Pieman and Frozone in Team 25. I think they're going to be an interesting team. I just have a theory about them. Team 27, we have Xset Russ, and my favorite tweet of the day, and this came in about 10 minutes ago actually, was that Xset Russ tweeted, "World Series of Warzones in half an hour, and my teammate is asleep." So, you know, yeah, we'll simply wait to see how that goes. But I can see Xset Russ's team doing quite well. I've got a lot of high hopes for them. IQ in Team 29, can see that doing quite well. Watch Waldo in Team 32, somebody to keep an eye on. I can see those guys doing quite good. We also have a few other teams as well. OP Marked in Team 37. I could see OP Marked being massive. I think he actually very recently just won a Super People tournament as well, which is obviously a brand new battle royale. So you can see genuinely how multi-versatile some of these players are. So I would expect to see those guys do quite well. Attract in Team 33, I think, is going to do quite good. We've also got some of the guys in Team 38 who could be problematic. But it's going to be a busy lobby and a busy day because there are some very talented players in this competition today. And I think it's not going to be easy at all. Like, for any of the teams participating today, every single other team that they're going to run into are going to be high caliber players. So we'll see how it goes. I believe we also have an all-female team, Team 39, with Uncivil Queen, which is exciting to see. We've seen a lot of the co-ed space doing quite well recently. We've seen a lot of tournaments geared towards women, which is really exciting. I think the Call of Duty competitive space is starting to do really well at promoting perhaps lesser-known players, but also just players who traditionally haven't gotten a look in. Really exciting stuff on that front. Really happy to see that. And hopefully they have an opportunity to go the distance today as well. Yeah, good bit of information there. Their 8 points per game on average was enough in Europe. You didn't actually have to score very highly in terms of kills. You don't have to. It's not something you have to do. Ultimately, it's the point multiplier that's important. If you finish first, that is a 2x multiplier. If you finish second to 15th, it's still a 1.5x multiplier, which is a lot of points. So holding out to the top 15 is a really important strategy. Really, really important strategy. Coming over from Shay's chat. Lovely to see you. Welcome, Skull. Hope you're doing well. We do like Shay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to casting this today. I think we've got a lot of talented teams on the board right now. You know, I know there was a bit of a mess and a bit of controversy in terms of how this was all put together, how this all worked out, how some of these teams qualified and stuff. But in the end, despite all of that, I think we still have a very talented lineup of players, which is very exciting to see. And I think that is going to be... I think that's going to be a great prospect. I think you're going to see some really high caliber gameplay today, which won't be a surprise to any of you if you watch the EU qualifier. It was just ultimately high caliber teams on high caliber teams, which was lovely to see. And it's crazy. We got another tweet here from XSetRuss. I'm about to lose it. 72 hours to grind the open to make it here, and my teammate is sleeping 10 minutes before start time. That is wild. Trying to figure out which teammate that is on XSetRuss's team. I think it might be Ikez Nasty, who is still asleep. I mean, XSetRuss is a really talented Warzone player. His team definitely has an opportunity to qualify for World Series today, and his teammate is asleep 10 minutes before start. That is ridiculous. Now, I'm going to give you guys a quick rundown of everything we saw in the EU qualifier again. Bear in mind, though, folks, that in the EU qualifier, the meta was different. Things like the PPSH are now a viable option. We've seen some changes come in terms of the overall meta, so keep an eye out for some of the changes in comparison to the EU qual. The World Series of Warzone EU qualifiers have come and gone, and before the NA qualifiers today, I'm going to give you guys a look at the emerging trends that we saw in the field on the first taste of the World Series of Warzone. The first trend is something NA teams are going to want to avoid, and that is contested drops. It didn't matter the caliber of the professional team, a number of teams in the EU qualifiers struggled when contesting named location or even unnamed locations with enemy teams. Most of them struggling to get the 10 grand or fighting over scraps, many of them trading at least 1 to 2 downs or kills, limiting their capacity to regain early on. Spending 3 grand instead of getting the 10k loadout was super damaging and stopped them getting eliminations on the board quickly. By Game 5, the vast majority of the teams were slow playing unnamed drop locations. I was surprised not to see some teams leave a parachuter hang high to act as an active UAV for drop points. The second big trend was a sniper rifle gamble, a huge shift in the general gameplay consensus that allowed some teams, including Azen LR, easily yesterday's MVP, to do some serious damage. Having a sniper meant that multiple teams were getting downs or losing plates, allowing his teammates to push up front and center and get some easy wipes. Snipers are a massive gamble in this tournament, but if used successfully, they work very well. The third emerging trend was the vehicle strategy, many teams opting for armored trucks or Big Berthas, hopping in the back of them and trying to catch teams in transition. This was a really good gameplay option that did sometimes backfire if they misjudged the overall health of the vehicle. It allowed teams to pick up some early eliminations as they headed towards the final 15 to get a very serious multiplier score. Speaking of the multiplier, that is definitely the final emerging trend. Very intelligent teams decided that because the multiplier applies to anywhere from 2nd to 15th place, that they would slow play until the last 15 teams and take the fights as they come. Once the final 15 was locked in, teams definitely started playing more aggressively, with first place being a 2x multiplier and second being a 1.5x to 15th being a 1.5x. So, a quick breakdown of everything that we saw in the EU qualifier. I don't know if we're going to see a lot of that replicated today. We did see a bit of a strategy divide come in quite early on in the NA qualifier in terms of how teams were kind of maneuvering. Lots of teams definitely slow playing in comparison to the EU qualifier. I think a lot of them maybe watched the EU qualifier and realized that a lot of the teams who were dropping early and hot dropping locations in contested spots weren't doing as well as other teams. So something to bear in mind, and something I'm sure will come into factor today. I think the best teams who are looking to get those placement points on the board, and of course it isn't a lot of points they need, it's on average 8 points, which isn't a huge amount, will likely end up probably slow playing the start. We saw it a lot from OP Mark's team in the NA qualifier before it inevitably got removed, crashed, and reallocated to another day. But OP Mark's team were doing a lot of really good jobs. Slow playing, landing somewhere in the distance, not going for a name location, getting their loadout on the board, and then starting to challenge people. And of course, this is standard rule set. This is standard playlist. So the normal loadout drops do come in fairly quickly. It's only like a minute or something. Of course, we are going to see a big meta shift. KG40 is probably going to fall out of favor, likely to be replaced by the Automaton, or Automaton, depending on who you ask. The PPSH is, of course, going to be a massive play. And I think the Armaguerra will fall out of favor for both the Blixen and the PPSH. So things to bear in mind. Meta shifts are definitely happening. There have been some changes on the meta front. Things aren't going to be the same. But, you know, we'll see how things pan out. We'll see what will go on. I think you're going to see some really exciting stuff from a lot of these teams today. Thanks for the kind words, guys. Baron Thompson, good to see you guys. It's going to be good. It's going to be really good. We're seeing a couple of teams warming up. Some guys are going into Plunder. Some guys are going into the full setup. Some guys are doing Fortune's Keep. Some people are even playing Modern Warfare. So, you know, these guys are very much preparing. The John Madden of Warzone. Well, that might be too kind. Do you think we'll see the UGM? The UGM is a very interesting one. And the reason I say this is because although it is definitely a meta weapon right now, in terms of time to kill, in terms of how it handles, and in terms of its weaponry, the UGM is a solid gun, and I think it will be one of the best in the game. Will people use it? Probably not. And the reason why, it sounds very superficial, but I see this quite often in terms of LMGs entering the fray and entering the meta in Warzone. What I see happening very often on that front is teams unwilling to use light machine guns because they're too heavy, and they struggle to move with LMGs similar to how they would move with ARs. Now, naturally, most of these guys should be running SMG secondary, so you think it wouldn't make that big a difference. But I find with a lot of professional players, they're really unwilling to try LMGs, either because of the movement speed or because of the reload mechanism, which obviously takes quite a while. I find pro players gravitate naturally towards ARs because they're just unwilling to take the mobility hit of an LMG. So I'd be surprised if we didn't see any UGMs. I think we'll definitely see some. Will we see loads of them? I don't think so. I think you're going to see the Automaton, or the Automaton as some people call it. Take your pick, I really don't care. I think that will be the most common weapon. I also think the PPSH is going to be massive. Compared to the last NA qualifier and the last EU qualifier, the Automaton and the PPSH are obviously the standout weapons that will come into the fray going into this. And the PPSH is going to be a massive problem. And the reason I say that is because 71 bullets in a mag with that kind of time to kill is going to cause problems for teams. Now, we saw in the EU qualifier that when teams pushed one another, and this is the thing about private lobbies, custom lobbies, professional lobbies, people lose players. If a 3v3 team pushes each other, chances are 4 or 5 of those players are dead across both teams. You know, we saw in the EU qualifier that if there was a 3v3, maybe one guy lived. If there was a 3v3, maybe 2 guys lived. Because these are the kind of situations and scenarios produced by the World Series of Warzone and by private lobbies. Unless you catch somebody out in the open, you snipe them, you get a down. You hit them with a grenade, you get a down. Unless you hit somebody in transition, the odds of you just being able to flat out like challenge somebody isn't going to happen. 100%. 100% not going to happen. You'll get those bloodbath 3v3s where things just crumble apart. That is how these tournaments work. 100%. So I think the PPSH is going to be a problem because of the magazine capacity. Because you'll get some player, and it's going to be a problem for 2 reasons. One, there will be players who make successful pushes with 71 rounds in a mag that can wipe out 2 to 3 players. Or 2, you're going to get players who push with a PPSH and get too confident, which we did see in the EU qualifier. Some people got way too confident and get rinsed. Now, we're going to quickly dive on in with a player here. Bartonologist, one of the guys who I think is going to do fantastic today. I really rate him as a player. I think he's going to do a great job today. We're going to dive in with Bartonologist just quickly. He's warming up. But, you know, very interested to see early on here the loadout choice he's gone for. Fairly straightforward. It's that gun. It's the automaton. You know, that large mag capacity, the overall lack of recoil on the weapon, its general mobility, and the PPSH secondary. So like I say, you're going to see the meta transition in the NA qualifier here early on. Even just him warming up right now, 2 meta weapon shifts instantly, because these guys are on the meta. If you think people like JGod know the meta, pro players know pro players are reading his book. When JGod's writing his scripts, they're asking for the script because they need to know. They're watching True Game Data, they're watching Simthig GG because they need to know anything that will give them a competitive edge. Did we see many rocket launchers used? We didn't see many, although we did see 1 or 2 at best. And the reason for that, it actually surprised me. Now, with ground loot EOD becoming a thing, I don't think people are being willing to run rocket launchers anymore. The more common strategy I saw were people taking snipers and ghost off the rip and taking an SMG secondary. I think that will be a very popular strategy today. I think you'll see players either taking an automaton or automaton and a sniper rifle off the rip with an SMG ground loot secondary like the Blixen or the Armaguerra. That, I think, will be a more common strategy that you'll see today. But I was surprised not to see more rocket launchers, and that's just me being honest with you. I was surprised not to see more rocket launchers, and the reason I say that, it's very simple. You get a couple of breaks with a rocket launcher. Let's say you crack or down 1 or 2 players. That is huge. That is a massive, and I mean massive, piece of gameplay. So no, I was a little bit, dare I say it, disappointed to not see more rocket launchers in the EU qualifier, but I can understand the reasoning. You got EODO's ground loot now. It's a little bit harder to pull this stuff off than it was before, for sure. Like, some of these guys are a bit more intelligent with it. I think Azen LR is the blueprint, in my opinion, for the perfect player in the EU qualifier. He was absolutely massive. He was the best player in the EU qualifier, in my opinion, and he took a sniper rifle off the rip. He was one of those players who took a sniper off the rip with Ghost, ran a ground loot SMG secondary. If they got a team wipe, he would simply take a meta weapon off an enemy team. And that's a very intelligent strategy, because you have to bear in mind, everyone is running meta. Everyone in these lobbies is going to be running meta. And if you have that in mind, then if you're confident that your team is going to wipe at least 1 player, then you don't really need to stress too much about having 2 guns. You don't really need to stress too much about overkill. But you need to make sure that you come correct with your first engagement, because if you're using the auto, you have to stick it to range. If you're using a sniper, you have to stick it to range. If you get caught slipping because you don't have both of your guns, that's a fat L to take early on. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that for sure today. I'm looking forward to it today, honestly, I really am. I think a lot of these guys are really talented. I think we're going to see some really talented teams. We're about 10 minutes away, allegedly, from the first drop. It looks like XSET Russ is actually having to pull in a random third or somebody on the waiting list in the World Series of Warzone because his teammate hasn't woken up. So that's impressive. I mean, it's a $300,000 tournament, and your boy who's supposed to be playing with you is not awake. That's rough. That is, I mean, you know, there's being down bad, and then there's that. So... I don't know if I'd be very happy if I were him, personally. I'm sure that comment's been had already. But, you know, what can you do, right? What can you do? Like, you got your boy at a 300k tournament, he's fast asleep. That is rough. That's the worst thing I've seen in the World Series of Warzone so far. So we're about 10 minutes away from the first drop now, which is really exciting. Very excited to bring you guys to the World Series of Warzone today. We're going to see big meta shifts. We're going to see the auto. We're going to see the UGM. I think you can base your predictions on the teams who are going to win today, on the teams who have the best snipers. Now, this is my Warzone mantra. Lots of people will disagree with me. It's how I think. Big shout out, by the way, for the channel membership. Lovely to see that. My Warzone mantra is that in these competitive lobbies where players are just smashing into each other, and you have to bear in mind, these are all great players. These are all players who have got movement, got headshots, got accuracy, got grenades, know what they're doing. You know when you ran into a sweat in Warzone. If you guys have ever ran into a demon or a sweat in Warzone, it's one of these guys, and it's the same standard of gameplay. And with that capacity and with that caliber of gameplay, whoever gets plate breaks and downs before other players will always win. And I'll give you a great example of this. I'm going to give you a fantastic example of this from last night, I think it was. Or 2 days ago? Let me find it. I'm going to give you a great example of this from my own damn gameplay, right? Because why not? Why not? It just makes sense. I ran into... Who did I run into? I ran into Vision, SR, and Meeks. Okay? For those of you who don't know these guys, they are some of the best in the business. So let's quickly transition over here to desktop. I ran into Vision, SR, and Meeks. And these guys are utterly cracked. Like, cracked out of their mind. So, two pro players, I think they both played in World Series of Warzone. I ran into Vision, SR, and Meeks with Benny Central. Benny Central playing in the World Series of Warzone as well. And this is how it panned out. And this only happened because I was sniping. They go for the push. Really aggressive push. Down. Second guy comes in for the push. Get a plate break on him. Benny gets the finish. And in the World Series of Warzone, now, look, obviously we're not saying that this is same caliber as World Series. World Series is going to be a little bit different. But in the World Series of Warzone, the principles here are the same, right? If you've got somebody sniping who can rip off plates, take off health, get people down to low levels of health before a push, things change really quickly. Because it doesn't matter how good an SMG player they are, if they've lost most of their health pre-gunfight, they're not going to win. And you see that in this example where I ran into those pro players with Benny the other day. Pushing close. Get the down on this guy. Nice. Get not a plate break, but most of his plates gone on the other guy. Gone. I think that's a really great example and a really good, a good explainer of what you can expect to see in the World Series of Warzone, because you are literally going to see the best players running into the best players. And I'm not claiming to be a best player in the world here, but it showed, those two snipes were enough for a high caliber player like Benny to play against high caliber players like Vision and Meeks and get the downs. So really important stuff to bear in mind. Thank you, Joseph, by the way, for the channel membership. Right, let's do it. We are 5 minutes from drop 1. Come join. Right, we're going to give you one more explainer on the EU qualifiers. I'm going to quickly go and grab a drink. I'm going to get ready for the action. So let's dive into it. The World Series of Warzone EU qualifiers have come and gone, and before the NA qualifiers today, I'm going to give you guys a look at the emerging trends that we saw in the field on the first taste of the World Series of Warzone. The first trend is something NA teams are going to want to avoid, and that is contested drops. It didn't matter the caliber of the professional team, a number of teams in the EU qualifiers struggled when contesting named location or even unnamed locations with enemy teams. Most of them struggling to get the 10 grand or fighting over scraps, many of them trading at least 1 to 2 downs or kills, limiting their capacity to regain early on. Spending 3 grand instead of getting the 10k loadout was super damaging and stopped them getting eliminations on the board quickly. By game 5, the vast majority of the teams were slow playing unnamed drop locations. I was surprised not to see some teams leave a parachuter hang high to act as an active UAV for drop points. The second big trend was a sniper rifle gamble, a huge shift in the general gameplay consensus that allowed some teams, including A's and LR, easily yesterday's MVP, to do some serious damage. Having a sniper meant that multiple teams were getting downs or losing plates, allowing his teammates to push up front and center and get some easy wipes. Snipers are a massive gamble in this tournament, but if used successfully, they work very well. The third emerging trend was the vehicle strategy, many teams opting for armored trucks or Big Berthas, hopping in the back of them and trying to catch teams in transition. This was a really good gameplay option that did sometimes backfire if they misjudged the overall health of the vehicle. It allowed teams to pick up some early eliminations as they headed towards the final 15 to get a very serious multiplier score. Speaking of the multiplier, that is definitely the final emerging trend. Very intelligent teams decided that because the multiplier applies to anywhere from 2nd to 15th place, that they would slow play until the last 15 teams and take the fights as they come. Once the final 15 was locked in, teams definitely started playing more aggressively, with first place being a 2x multiplier and second being a 1.5x to 15th being a 1.5x. It made more.
Alright, and that was the explainer of the World Series of Warzone Qualifier EU. Of course, like I mentioned, a couple of changes, meta changes primarily, auto coming in, PPSH coming in. Here is the wild card for today, guys. Now, we've got lots of high quality teams. I think I can say confidently 5 to 8 of them I would expect to qualify. Bearing in mind, only 20 of the 40 teams are coming in. The difficulty we have is the randomness of Season 5. If somebody grabs a Doomsday Crate and they don't finish first, that will be mental, right? Foresight and 4 specialists off of a Doomsday Crate. That could be massive today. People picking up personal supply drops could be massive. Imagine you're somebody like Soka, who is one of the best Warzone players in NA in my opinion, and you land on your loadout. I mean, come on. Like, you know, there's luck and then there's just insane odds, right? And that could happen today. And that's the thing. These are the things you guys are going to have to bear in mind. This stuff could happen today. Somebody could run into a personal supply crate. Somebody could pick up a Doomsday Crate. These things are absolutely things that could happen today. So bear that in mind. Be prepared for the unexpected. We will see teams get lucky. We will see teams get foresight. We will see teams pick up personal supply drops. It is a whitelist lobby, Andrew, so this isn't going to be customs, so don't expect to see any customs today. These aren't going to be custom lobbies. They are going to be playing in standard BR public playlist, but they're going to be locked into a specific server with all the other competitors. So they have gotten around the server stability issue, I think. We'll see how that pans out. A quick rundown, by the way, of players I think are going to do very well today. Bartologist, Team 1. Exact, Team 2. I can see those guys doing great. OP Marked. I think OP Marked has the chance to finish first today. Team 37. I think he's going to be massive. We've got FaZe Blue, I believe, as well playing today in Team 16. That could be really good. It's going to be a hot session, guys. Honestly, it's going to be really exciting to see. You'll understand what I'm talking about the second we get into Game 1. You're just going to see teams absolutely clatter into each other. It's absolutely going to be insane. We also have a couple of other variables today. A few things I haven't spoken about. This is a North American qualifier, so there are going to be a couple of teams who I'm just flat out not aware of, especially teams from Mexico. The last time we tried to stream this and unfortunately it got rescheduled, I had a lot of people telling me that there were some very talented Mexican teams playing, which is very exciting. I don't know a lot about some of these guys, but there is an opportunity for these guys to absolutely smash up the scene today, put their stamp on things, and you will see people who you have never heard of before qualify in this top 20, which is exciting to see. But we also have big names like Soka. We also have big names like IQ and Prospect. We also have big names like OP Marked and Bonk playing. You know, these aren't small people or creators who haven't been in the game for a while. These are big lads with big potential, you know what I mean? So it's going to be a big day. I keep telling you, it's going to be a really good qualifier. And I think the most important part of all of this is that you're going to see some very talented teams fighting other very talented teams. And with that comes a certain caliber of gameplay where things come down to percentages. And I think a lot of you are going to see this for the first time in Warzone. Now, that's not to say you guys suck at the game. Absolutely not. But these private lobbies or custom lobbies or lobbies with just these high caliber players play so radically different to public games. It is going to come down to something as simple and as terrible as somebody having a Semtex grenade, right? Because you throw a Semtex in, you get 2 plate breaks. Oh, your team pushes and you get the push successfully because you happen to have what you needed. You know, it's such little margins that we're talking about here. It's the difference between somebody nailing a headshot and missing a headshot. The difference between somebody hitting a nade and flopping a grenade. These things are going to be so important today, and I honestly cannot overstate how much of a difference they made in the EU qualifier, and you're going to see a lot of that today. A real huge amount of that today. So we're going to keep an eye on the teams right now. I'm having a look. I have all 40 teams in front of me, and we're going to transition over to them as the gameplay kicks off today. We're looking at Exact. We're looking at a couple of these guys today. I am seeing 1 UGM and 2 autos in Team 6, and that is Impact, Tenix, and Reckoness, I believe. So an interesting lobby setup there. I'm seeing 1 UGM and 2 autos in Team 9, and that is Nick, Xeon, and Picnic Basket. And then we have Team 10, another UGM. I think the UGM might be a little bit more popular today than we anticipated. Loads of PPSHs, by the way. Team 12 rocking 3 autos. Pretty crazy to see. Unsurprising. We do have somebody in Team 16 here speccing a ZRG build. That's FaZe Blue putting together a ZRG. I don't know if anybody's told him about the 3-line. Maybe somebody should have a word with him. Team 17, yep, UGM in pocket, actually running an automatic pistol in secondary, the AMP with Ghost off the rip. Could see auto pistols come into favor here, absolutely. Team 18 here, which is Astro Boy, 1 UGM, 2 autos, 3 Armagueras in that build as well. Let's have a look at Soka's team. He's just gone live. I was waiting for him to go live. I have his feed, but it just wasn't showing up. We have in their team, by the looks of it, that is 3 Armagueras and 2 or 3 UGMs there. So we're definitely seeing the UGM meta starting to emerge here. The interesting thing about the UGM is it is a bit of a gamble. There are going to be guys who just haven't used it. Some of them have probably only just leveled it up for this tournament. So be interested to see how that plays out. Just having a look at Prospect's team here. Prospect's team has just gone live as well, getting ready to dive into the official first drop of the day. Prospect's team, we have 3 UGMs on the board there. One of them's just swapped to an auto. So you're seeing that emerging meta already starting to take shape here. PPSH is coming in clutch. Loads of people rocking that. Lots of people running auto and UGM. Not a surprise. We're seeing an interesting number of Armagueras. I really like this. We've got this from eBates, Team 30. He is running a 3-line sniper. That is my meta build. Except he's using a heavy foregrip instead of the quick skeletal grip. And an AMP pistol with Ghost off the rip. Everybody's going to be running Combat Scout, and everybody's going to be running Serpentine. That won't be a surprise to anybody playing in the tournament today. Pretty interesting to see. Pretty interesting to see. We're starting to see that these guys have been doing their homework, right? Like, you know, nobody's going to run into this tournament without meta. Some of these guys stream every day. They know what the meta is. You know, so really exciting to see. We're seeing a lot of that emerging meta early on here. I think we're about to go into the first drop here. Some of these teams are matchmaking. So we'll see how this goes down. Got Intech, Pyman, and Frozone's team, who's somebody I'm definitely going to be paying attention to today. Gonna have to have a look and see how this pans out. It looks like a lot of the teams are matchmaking to get into the correct lobby. So we'll see how that pans out. But very exciting, guys. Thank you for joining me on this early analysis of the World Series of Warzone. We're going to be casting the entire tournament today. Like I said, this is not a private lobby. These guys are running into regular Battle Royale, but they are running into non-custom lobbies. They are in whitelisted lobbies to get the tournament to run effectively and hopefully run with 0 to no performance issues. And it does look like it's working across the board here, across all near 40 teams. I'm seeing 90 out of 120. So teams are getting into the correct servers together, which is really good. The auto is the automaton, or the automaton. We're going to call it the automaton, because that's what I prefer. I know lots of people have their own setups. Kirk, thank you for $5. Big night ahead, guys. This is going to be great. I'm really excited for this. It's going to be a great setup of World Series of Warzone. I'm going to show you just the pre-game lobby here with Bartonologist. Nothing's flashy happening at the moment. We were just going through the overall meta selection from what we've seen on all these teams. We're seeing lots of PPSHs, lots of UGMs, and lots of automatons. A couple people still running the Armaguerra, which is interesting to see. Lots of teams opting to take a primary weapon off the rip with an automatic pistol secondary and ghost. So very interesting to see that happening. I think Bartonologist is running effectively what you would expect to see the tournament meta here today with the automaton and the PPSH setup. I do think you run the risk, if you use the UGM PPSH, you run the risk of being too range specific. Now, before we get a setup today and before we go into the official tournament on the first drop, I would like absolutely everybody to drop a like on the stream. That would be massive. Things you love to see. I mean, come on. I mean, seriously. A like on the stream would be massive. So we're seeing a couple of these guys loading into this server correctly right now as we speak. Nuke Squad is just going in from Team 17 as well. Astro Boys Team 18, Rumble, Complexite. Soka's team is just loaded in. He's running a UGM with a knife secondary. Interestingly, Soka is running Cold-Blooded and Ghost off the rip. So perhaps a real concern about certain equipment uses within the tournament here. But, you know, just transitioning through all these teams at the minute. Obviously, I'm not going to make you guys watch me shuffle through all of them. But you're seeing stuff like this. Then this is from a track stream. You're seeing PPSH UGM. Serpentine, he's running Amped, which might be an optional choice for people running UGM. Might make a little bit more sense for these guys. Especially if you're running something a bit heavier. But a lot of teams opting to utilize a solid meta shift here. So we're seeing that auto come in. Big choice today. Auto is definitely coming in, the automaton. We are also seeing a lot of people running in with, I want to say off the rip, a lot of people are going to go for a primary here. So we're seeing a lot of people go primary automaton or UGM, and then machine pistol secondary, taking ghost off the rip. So, you know, just having a look at drifts here, for example. It's the only person I'm seeing running an STG today. Did X set Russ's teammate wake up? I don't actually know. I don't actually know if he did. I don't think he did anyway. You know, I mean, imagine missing out on the World Series of Warzone because you fell asleep. It would be so naughty, wouldn't it? But you're seeing a lot of this today. So you're seeing a lot of these different teams running all these different setups. We've got, for example, this is the only interesting one, really, in my opinion, is FaZe Blue running a ZRG sniper rifle. I think he's running an automatic pistol, the AMP pistol, off the rip with Ghost. So this is just the pre-game lobby for this tournament. They're waiting on one more team loading in here. 117 out of 120. But look at that. ZRG off the rip. An interesting choice over the 3-line rifle, in my opinion, which is definitely, in my opinion, the superior setup for the day. But high hopes for FaZe Blue for today. I can see them doing very, very well. High hopes for a lot of these guys, really. Again, 20 of these people. 20 of these teams today will qualify out of the 40. 20 of them are going to get sacked off. And if you think you've ever seen a sweaty pre-game lobby, I bet you've never seen one like this. With this man here playing Claw. I mean, look at that. That is glorious. That is full Claw at its finest.
Especially when it's not for bread. Like, you know, in finals, you have to fry.
But you're seeing a lot of the meta. Interesting, a couple of Armagueras coming in the pre-game lobby. Some people are running slightly more historical setups. The RA225 is a pick for this man here, which I wasn't expecting to see. And we also have Hawkeye, Team 31, running a ZRG Armaguerra. Armaguerra is not a bad choice for long ranges. It doesn't have a huge amount of recoil. So you're definitely seeing less laser guns. The UGM arguably is a little bit of a laser. But compared to the KG-40, it's definitely a less laser situation. We're seeing, again, a real number of teams opting to have at least one sniper on the board, which is exciting. We are 33 seconds away from the first drop of today, which is very, very exciting. It's going to be massive. And let's get it going, guys. Thank you for joining with me. Thank you for tuning in today on my breakdown analysis live stream of the NA qualifiers of the World Series of Warzone. Please hit that like button. Please share it with your mates. It's going to be a massive stream. We're going into game one here. And I think we'll join... Who should we join for game one, drop one? Let's join Picnic. And let's have a look at this. Wow, that's quite a flight path. We're seeing a southern pull here. Lots of northern options out early. Now, again, everything's unrestricted. This isn't custom lobbies. Planes are in. Helicopters are in. Vehicles are in. Cash spots are in. Personal supply drops are in. Bartonologist here with the flight path as well. Look at that. Massive cash drops are in, guys. I mean, come on. Are we going to see a cash drop challenge? Oh, please. It would make my day. Somebody has to do it. Come on. One of you mad lads has to do it. Speaking of mad lads, Soka's running into a few hiccups on his stream. He is going peak helicopter drop, top cheese with his teammates. That's a ballsy play, game one. Nobody else has landed top peak with him on the top cheese. A couple opting for the lower ground. Peak could be a very interesting play here today because Peak is primarily where you see the spawns for the Doomsday crates today. And if one of these guys gets a Doomsday crate off the rip, that is going to be quite something. On the flip side of that, Kingfish FPS, his team diving into airfield. We already have planes off the ground and on the board already. Already got people flying around in planes. Planes could be a massive meta here today. A huge meta. And we're not talking about getting shot out the sky. I don't think many people are going to die to plane strafes. But planes can deny other vehicles very quickly. A good pilot can take out cars, trucks. We're going to see some challenges here from Kingfish FPS, trying to get that on the RA225. Lots of kick on that gun. Gas grenade goes in. They are doing a full 360 sell. They are taking a push here. This is a multi-entrance building. He has taken a plate break. He's had to transition away. His teammates are getting off to a highly contested start here, which, as I have historically said, teams who contest early don't tend to do very well in the World Series of Warzone. Teams who fight early on don't get the cash on the board. They don't get their loadouts, and it gets tricky.
I'm in a weird spot. Yeah, let's move. I have an extra plate running in here.
Now, if we want to talk about the polar opposite of that, here is LG Trizzy in the middle of nowhere. And he has already got a custom PPSH on the board. I think he actually landed on a personal supply crate. Although looking at his teammates' cash, it wouldn't be a huge surprise to see that, yeah, these guys might have actually entirely gotten their loadout already, which is very exciting to see.
Yeah, just say it again, bro.
Not massively surprised, to be honest with you, that we've seen some teams already get their loadout. We're going to transition over to Soka here. His team challenging inside. DP27 goes in, gets it down, gets a finish. These guys are cleaning up top peak already. I've got high hopes for Soka's team today, guys. I think they're definitely going to be one of the teams who qualifies and qualifies strong. He is running, by the looks of that, still ground loot. I don't think these guys have gotten their loadout on the board, although it has landed top cheese. Should be a fairly easy pick for them. But the confidence to play top peak game one and land on the top helicopter, that is quite something. I wasn't expecting to see that degree of ballsiness game one, but here we are. In comparison, we've got a couple of other teams who are still getting their loadouts on the board. Speaking of a team doing things a little bit different, Astro Boy Hero is currently in a bomber, taking critical damage. Going for his loadout drop, gets peppered in the sky. Oh, it's going to be potentially a contested loadout drop. And he has got his UGM on the board. He's got his Skynet camo, very cheeky. 20 wins in Titanium Trials.
We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta back up. We gotta back up.
But again, you know, we didn't see this in the EU qualifiers because it just wasn't an option. But we're seeing it today in NA. Players using planes, players using bombers, players just trying stuff that wasn't capable and wasn't possible in the EU qualifier due to the limited setup at the time. So pretty massive to see here. Have a look over here at Bartonologist's team, who are currently challenging around top side of the cliffs above Subpen. They don't seem to have a lot of action going on, so they've definitely slow played the beginning here. You could see these guys definitely getting a late game finish if they continue at this rate. Pretty good job from them. You will see a couple of hiccups on these Twitch streams today, guys. Some of these guys don't have the best potential connection as they're live streaming. Some of them are live streaming to 2 locations. So you will see a few hiccups and stars. But, you know, some people like to give us some good quality. Like Mr. T Shivers here. Look at that. It's about as crispy as it gets on Twitch. His team opting to kind of play a building at the moment. 3 stack in the building. Good way to do it. Generally thinking that these guys are going to just slow play the edge of airfield here. Maybe take a plane transition away. There's lots of guys just taking it easy, and that is the strat. That is the strategy, and I 100% agree with it. We do have a team, Kingfish FPS's team here, currently inside a bunker. 2 trucks, Big Berthas over the top. They're being held into a bunker by 2 vehicles. Oh dear. That's not how you want your World Series of Warzone to start. Hopefully they managed to transition away. Picnic's team, 2 men down at the minute. They managed to get some reses on the board here. Looks like they managed to take a couple of shots early on here. Get the second res off. You wouldn't want to go down this early on. 114 people are still alive, folks. We saw this in the first NA qualifier. We're seeing it again today. These NA teams do not want to die. They do not want to die. They want to stay alive for as long as possible. He manages to get absolutely rinsed on transition. And that is an example of what I was telling you folks about today. He has opted to use the Armaguera, and he got beaten by the PPSH. That was bound to happen. It was going to be inevitable. These small margins come into play. These small margins of a tiny TTK difference can make massive differences in game. We're going to have a look at Volcom's team here at the minute. I believe it's Volcom, how it's pronounced. They're currently on Storage Town. Automaton, he's got high alert, so he has just detected somebody ADSing straight at them. And they're going to 3-stack this building here. Definitely not a good push, in my opinion. If whatever team is challenging them here, trying to push across the open to make it into this Storage Town building is extremely challenging, but they have spotted some people in Storage Town. They could potentially go challenge that. We transition over to Clink at the moment. The man with the claw. Currently taking some shots in downtown. Very opposite side of the map. Sitting in Capital in a minute. Called it downtown Capital. It's very interchangeable, isn't it? His team has taken 1 loss already. Himself has taken a couple of shots. It looks like Capital has had some action early on here. Perhaps some teams anticipating that very hard south pull from the zone here and expecting a bit of action around this area. Good opportunity to get some kills on the board. Definitely a good place to get cash early on. I can see the logic behind landing in Capital. And it looks like, despite being 1 man down, I don't think it's going to give them a huge amount of trouble. Speaking of a team in transition, let's look at Soka's team. Like I said, running a UGM off the rip with Ghost, he's using a ground loop Blixen. It isn't the meta Blixen. It's the 72 instead of the 54. So we'll see how that treats them. But they are transitioning off of Peak, which is a very dangerous push. I've got a lot of confidence in these guys, though. They are a special team. There's no way around it. They are a really, really encouraging team, and I can see them doing very well. Going for the zipline transition, really good idea. Gets a rare crate on the board, gets a bounty as well. And we'll see how that pans out for these guys. We're going to have a quick dip and dive into one of the other teams currently facing some action, and that is MP Robert, rolling around by choice in an armored truck. He's going for a topside push here. PPSH comes in. Looks like a hipfire build. Is that a thermal UGM? Who let this man play? Wow. Thermal UGM. That is a choice. I'm not going to say if it's a good choice. It's simply a choice. I didn't think we'd see any thermal optics today. Looking at Omit IQ here, he actually just gets absolutely slammed off of a parachute transit. He took... Wow. That is the first plane takedown of the day today, folks. I didn't think we'd see that. I think that's his entire team gone. No. He's still alive. He's got one man up. He's only got $200. But IQ, a team who could do very well today, is 2 men down and struggling a little bit here. Getting taken out by a fighter plane. Wow. I didn't think we'd see that strategy come into effect today, but we're seeing it here today. So, I mean, why not? The average number of points a team needed to make it into the EU qualifiers was 8 points. If you're a good enough pilot, you could just fly around and rinse people with a plane, get 8 points on the board and finish in the top 15. I mean, it's a great idea to a certain extent. I don't blame them. I really don't. Planes could be meta here. So, you know, big shout out to those guys on a chance play, because, you know, somebody could just nail you with an AA cannon. It can happen. Now, if you thought you were watching a Warzone tournament, T-Tree Gaming is going to show you here that you're actually watching Rainbow Six Siege. The 3-man stack inside Capitol building. Things you love to see. Look at that. Absolutely as tight as it gets on a 3-man stack in that building. It's an intelligent play. Look, at the end of the day, in these lobbies, in these highly competitive lobbies, the best plays are sometimes just to sit tight as a team. Soka's team, on the other hand, I think they much prefer hunting people. They've got a UAV on the board right now, transitioning over to UFO. These guys are looking for blood, and there's no other way around it, and I would be too. If I could shoot like Soka, I probably would be looking for blood too. No kills on the board for him at the minute, though, but they are playing very aggressively. They're playing this like slightly more like a public lobby, but even though they're playing so aggressively, look at the distance between all of them. It's very minimal. Very, very minimal distances, allowing each other to cover one another. Really exciting to see. I think those guys are going to do quite well. And Capital seems to be a bit of a play right now. We've got OP Mark's team transitioning to Capital. I think the zone is definitely pulling hard south here. Seeing a lot of teams fighting in Capital, a lot of teams popping reses, some teams getting off the edge on the suburbs. In comparison, we've got T Shiver's team here still fighting on the airfield. Although, with a quick plane and a quick helicopter, it's easy enough to transition away. And these guys are definitely going to be a slightly trickier spot. That is a sniper glint in distance. I don't know if I'd be challenging that personally.
Let's see what the zone goes before we make a play.
Yeah. You want to do this?
A little bit of Twitch TV lag. Things we love to see.
Or we can do this the question mark and get the A.
Still quite a lot of players alive, though. And this is the thing. 85 people are still alive in this lobby.
I'm grabbing it.
Or 87 even in some places. A couple of the streams a little bit behind than others. So many people still alive, still on the board.
Going for that.
And you got teams like Drift's team here. Hard sitting in buildings in Capital. This is a very southernly pull. You guys haven't been able to see this yet. But this zone has pulled really hard for the south-southwest. So you're looking at that kind of power plant Capital finish here. Off the edge of the suburbs. Primarily over power plant, though. T Shivers' team has actually noticed this inside the airfield. They are now quickly transitioning away, seeing that really aggressive zone pull. This is going to be a challenge for a lot of these teams. Like, they have to be wary of how this is going to go down, because this is going to be rough. We've got Rumble XL's team. I can see these guys getting challenged by OP Mar. We're going to go back to T Shivers here. He's currently challenging on this 2-story building off the edge. The farmland building off the edge of the airport transition. Tried getting away in a 4x4, ends up pulling up on a team inadvertently here. It's the Rainbow Six Siege at the corner. Combat Scout goes in. That guy gets a good Semtex to hold off the push. The two teammates coming in on stack. That is one down. They are pushing this guy one by one. You're going to need a 2v1 stack here to see some success. A little bit of lag on the feed is things you don't want to see, but these guys are going to have to 2-man stack. A precision airstrike goes in, perhaps to allow the enemy player to transition away from these two. He gets a kill. Teammate picks up a kill. It's a kill for a kill so far. But that is why you don't one-man challenge. You do not want to be doing that in this kind of lobby. A one-man challenge to a one-man challenge in tight lobby situations is not what you want to see. We are going to have a cheeky little look at Bartonologist's team, who I'm not sure, but I think he's stuck. This might actually be a strategy. I'm trying to get a read of roughly where this might actually be strategy. Are they using Barton as a placement? This could be what they're doing. There is a chance here that they are using Bartonologist as somebody to sit in the zone for placement and then allow his teammates to run around aggressively, getting kills to try and get some points on the board. And if he gets top 15, it could just work. He might be stuck, for all I know. This could actually just be him getting completely shagged by the game. But I think his strategy here is just, well, I'll take Ghost and I'll just sit here. And why not? Like, if it works, it ain't stupid. That is Warzone. But we're going to see a lot of these teams starting to clash right now. Moving over to Attract quickly. He's having a UGM challenge off the edge of the cliffside here, outside of Capital. A very difficult challenge, by the way. One of his teammates has already gone down. UGM PPSH build. The gas is coming in fast and aggressively here. He is taking gas damage, potentially waiting for a latent push on his bounty here, who is sat inside the building off the edge. Pre-firing the right-hand side corner. Bounty gets completed, so that has bled. There are 65 teams alive. Well, 65 players across 27 teams. And that's a lot of people. This is going to start getting real tricky for a lot of folks in a very short space of time. 100%. Speaking of a man, Clink Slays here. Currently spectating another team right now, but I did just see a Gorenko anti-tank rifle, so I had to transition to it. No hits on the mid-air snipe. It's a nice attempt, though. A nice attempt, indeed. We're going to go to OP Mark's team, who's currently taking a challenge by the looks of it. Stun Grenade just went in on their building. They've double Claymored. This is one of those, Oh, a couple of hits come in on them. Yeah, this is one of those sort of suburbia buildings off the edge of Capital here. This isn't the best position in the world right now, given the zone pull. But these buildings are very defendable if you have 2 to 3 players. So I can understand the reasoning here. A 3-man stack in here should put them in fairly good stead. They even have an APS alongside the Claymores. Yeah, I mean, look, you're seeing the full-blown Rainbow Six Siege here, but it has to be done. If you want to get that top 15 placement, sometimes these are just the things that you have to do. And OP Mark's team are taking a very slow but steady approach to this. He's got 3 kills on the board. Sometimes you don't need this huge amount of kills. We're going to transition over to Nuke here, getting some shots down on a 4x4. He did just pick up a kill before this. Semtex goes over the top. He is now getting picked off from the edge himself, uses Stim to get away. Some very aggressive plays here off the edge of Power Plant, I believe this is.
There was a kid still on loadout.
And I can confirm that there is indeed still a plane in the sky. Just been looking at a couple of the feeds. Somebody is still using a fighter plane. Which is... I'm surprised nobody's taken the effort to take them down. But an impressive strategy nonetheless. Now, speaking of our friendly neighborhood Rainbow Six Siege, OP Mark's team still 3-stacking this building quite successfully. Again, you know, I make the joke about Rainbow Six, but this is intelligent play. In a lobby like this is what good gameplay looks like. This is resource management, saving plates, saving your ammo, trying to hold decent positions, not being overly aggressive. There are still 21 teams. There are 6 teams to go until the top 15. Once that top 15 comes in, I'm sure you'll see these guys turn on a bit of rage mode and play super aggressively. Speaking of an aggressive team, Soka's team has taken the power position within this zone, without a shadow of a doubt. One of the centralized locations, easily one of the best spots in the game right now. is Soka's team. On the top of this power position, zone collapse is coming in soon. They are going to pick up a huge amount of kills using UGMs off the top of this roof.
From here. All over the place. You feel me?
We got all the holds.
Try to hold the solo on the right.
Guys are definitely gonna.
Remember, there's a kid on the recon. Just remember.
Slowdowns are
Make sure all
front
the
here.
doors are closed.
Kid Crossy, what the fuck?
You're seeing some of those shots come in now from Soka's team.
Trophy on the left building.
They are not going to move here, and they don't need to. Soka doesn't have many. That is his first kill of this game, but it doesn't matter. They have the power position. They need 6 more teams to bleed to get the average 8 points required to qualify for the World Series of Warzone. They're playing this strategically quite well. They do have a team fighting in the low ground cafeteria next to them, something for them to bear in mind. They definitely won't want to get caught out by that if they have to transition out into the open. That could become a problem very quickly. And we're seeing other teams do the same thing. I mean, look at this from Rumble XL. He doesn't give a damn, folks, and he shouldn't. His team have a couple of eliminations on the board. They have, on average, 7 kills. 7 points is just below the average of 8 points required. But if he gets top 15 here by just simply hiding, then he's done a fantastic job. So we'll see how that goes for Rumble XL. See how that lands for him. One of the teams coming off the edge here is Complexite. With the auto at the minute. It's going to be a bit tricky for these guys.
Get a blue.
Complexite's team are transitioning from house to house, which is risky business. Lots of teams already would have taken their building and would have fully stacked it and Rainbow Six Sieged it for sure.
Come in. Full team.
They do manage to get a couple shots there. Serpentine comes in and saves the day again. But if you want a team who's taking aggression and transitioning quick to another level, have a look at Nuke's team here. Coming in off the zipline. They are about to challenge Soka's team for top roof. That is Soka's team and Nuke's team on top of one another as we speak. This is going to be an interesting gun battle. They are holding the 3-man stack on the top roof. There are still at least 2 more teams to die before the 1.5x multiplier here. But Nuke's team and Soka's team, they're not... I don't think they'll challenge each other. I'll be very surprised. I think they'll just let each other exist. I don't think any of them will be brave enough to go for a 3-man stack push. Soka's team has actually transitioned a bit more deeper into the building, perhaps giving them a bit of a buffer zone between the guys up top and the guys down low. They don't need a huge amount of kills here. They just need to get into that top 15 placement. And I tell you what, folks, that top 15 placement has come into effect. There are only 11 squads left. So everybody has now made it into the top multiplier. I believe Rumble XL did manage to hold out until the top 15 as well. So big props to him. You know, some people call it campy, other people call it intelligent gameplay. Soka's team picking up some kills here. We've got Nuke's team over the top. I don't even think I mean, they know each other exists, surely. But it's going to be interesting to see how these final gun battles pan out, especially with Soka's team. They are one of the top teams in the business right now. Precision airstrikes themselves for a transitional gameplay away. Gets picked off in the distance, goes down. Reds coming in. Soka's team haven't even pushed the building yet. They've picked off a different player from a different squad. So Soka's team hasn't even seen this transition come in. They're about to fight each other on the fence line right now, though. It's about to go down. UGM comes straight over the wood. It is pennable. Other teams are now focusing. They're getting third-partied from distance. That is Nuke's team, who have been third-partied out of the game on the fence line. Soka's team has stayed alive. Very difficult transition away from them into the river line here. They do a really good job of that. Really fantastic job there. A good job from Nuke's squad to get into that top 15, play that aggressively, be willing to challenge a primary building, which is a power position. But Soka's team right now, well, I mean, they are soaking up the lobby. They're getting a lot of kills here. They're probably not going to finish first, but that's not going to matter to them. They're in the top 15. That's all that counts. They've got the multiplier. They finish first. First is just a bonus. Armaguera going in there. Doesn't get any of the picks they want. So they back away back into this river transition. He does still have 2 ticks on a durable. Getting stuck on a loadout drop here. I don't know if that's really preferable. Does get dual weapons, though. Dual primaries. And rotating on this cliffside right now. Not a bad shout. Cliffside is a good play. There's nothing wrong with taking a good old cliffside. The zone pull is pretty aggressive here. We do have no buildings in the final circle. And that's going to be a problem. We've got Dinero 420's team here off the edge here. We're going to have to challenge Soka's team off the edge as well. They are limited on their play economy in comparison to Soka's team. Still got 2 ticks on that durable. And Soka's team managing to get another down off the back rooftop and finish with a UGM. That's disgusting. That is, well, you don't want that. And that was actually Dinero's teammate, Liam, who got rinsed by Soka from distance. He is now actually going to go for an aggressive transition into this building. Try and get the finish on Dinero 420's teammate. And he does. Gets him down, gets the finish. Might go down in the gas here. Most definitely will. Soka's team definitely not going to finish first unless they get a pretty big play from Skullface here. But look at those aggressive eliminations. They picked up a huge number of points towards the end of that round. It looks like Skullface's squad and Soka here might get eliminated. Skullface actually made it into the building there. Pretty impressively, if I do say so myself. Not going to say no to that. I'll tell you that for free. Skullface still alive somehow with no... Finally gets picked off. Wow. I mean, that was an impressive hang-on there from those. But you know what, guys? That's what you love to see. We're going to go to Ebates here. One of the teams who is still alive here. 2 men up. This is a 2v1 situation. The play economy is strong for this team, so it's going to be a very aggressive push, I would imagine. Ebates' team have the potential here to get a full first place finish with a 2x multiplier, which could make up for a very low number of eliminations by the looks of things. But Soka's squad doing a really incredible job towards the end of that round, getting lots of really solid eliminations, picking up that 2nd to 15th place multiplier.
This is good for you guys. This is good for you guys.
Right here. One shot.
You're seeing those shots come in now. It's going to be a difficult one. You'd like to... Ah, there we go. Nice finish. I was going to say, it's probably going to take an airstrike or a Semtex. Tell you what, DJ Mass has definitely saved that team there with 10 eliminations on the first round. That is 12 in total. 2x multiplier takes that to 24 points. 24 points on the board. That is very, very impressive. We also saw OP Mark's team get a very late finish, getting that 2 to 15x multiplier. Soka's team getting that 2 to 15x multiplier. Pretty incredible stuff there. Big shout out to Ebates' team on the win. Not going to complain about that one, that's for sure.
Yes, sir. We like that, bro.
Get him on Fiverr.
Get this man on Fiverr, bro.
So, some very interesting first rounds going on there. Things you like to see. Ebates' team picking up 24 points game 1, which is really good for them. I don't think they're going to be too upset with 24 points on the board. We saw again, like I was saying, folks, teams being very intelligent. Lots of teams. OP Mark's team, big shout out to those guys. I think they played that perfectly. On average, EU teams needed 8 points to qualify into the top 20. So not a huge amount was needed. And they got into the 1.5x multiplier. So great job from some of those teams there. I believe we saw Rumble XL hiding in a bush until the 1.5x multiplier kicked in. Props to them. Do you know what? People are going to say, "Ah, man, you just camped. Ah, man, it was World Series of Warzone. You didn't do anything special." You don't need to do anything special. Also, wholesome content alert.
Sword thing? Did they post it in the ready check? One player from your team must use the...
Ebates with the celebratory dog. UGM City for sure. We saw lots of UGMs going hot in the first round there. Definitely going to be a meta pick for the World Series of Warzone without a shadow of a doubt. But ultimately, not a very surprising round. We saw teams, again, intelligent teams, getting good starts, getting those loadout drops, taking it slow, not looking for challenges early on. Soka's team, even though they landed top peak, didn't challenge anybody, really. There was like one team there, barely. But they got their loadout on the board, and they got into power positions. OP Mark's team, they were playing position to position. you kind of saw it towards the end there. OP Mark's team went from the very top of the spire in Capital, somewhere where they couldn't really get killed, to the setup inside the building on the edge of power plant, another power position, or edge of zone position, and went for that repeatedly on repeat. Like there was just no intention from their end to play this as if it were an important CDL setup. No intention from them to play it as if they had to get a kill race going. Simply put, you know, that team played it very intelligent. Power position to power position, not looking for major fights. The fights come in that final 15 team. You know, you don't want to be challenging people like crazy early on. You really don't. You want to get into that 15, because without a 1.5x multiplier, you're going to struggle to consistently gain score over these 5 titles. So I think they did a very impressive job. We're going to see the leaderboard coming up a bit in the official feed. I'm going to bring you guys the official feed momentarily so you can see the leaderboard. But generally speaking, we're seeing a lot of these guys still waiting, getting ready to go into drop 2, perhaps re-strategizing. Some of the teams just didn't last very long. Uncivil Queen's team, I think, got wiped very early in game 1. I don't think they're going to be super happy about that. But generally speaking, I think we saw a positive experience in game 1 from teams who I expected to do quite well. FaZe Blue's team, OP Mark's team, just players who I expected to play it power position to power position, and we're seeing a slower pace compared to EU, 100%. When the gunfights start popping off, that's not to say, you know, oh yeah, you know, EU was better, it was harder. When the gunfights start popping off, people are challenging. People are definitely fighting each other the same as it was in EU. But people are staying alive for longer prior to the gunfights. The NA teams are holding on till Circle 3, Circle 2, just refusing to die. And to a certain extent, I respect it. You know, it is the grand strategy of these lobbies in Warzone, is staying alive, is getting into those later finishes. So big shout out to some of those teams. Exact's team also did quite well by the looks of it. We're hopefully going to see a leaderboard update shortly. Nothing yet on the official pages just yet for the overall leaderboard setup. But once we do, I'll transition over and we'll take a quick look at it. No crashes. That's the important thing. Not a single crash was had this day. Thank you very much, Devin, on the $10 super chat. I think it was a very good round. I think you're seeing a lot of teams finding their feet. UGM has become surprisingly powerful in the meta, seeing lots of kills with that. But you're seeing teams who have been exposed to private lobbies are playing this like a private lobby. And a lot of them are playing it on a mathematical level. If I were competing in the World Series of Warzone, just off the basis of maths and the basis of this qualifier, I would be getting my loadout, finding the circle pull, playing inside the center of the circle, and just picking up kills naturally. I wouldn't be hunting people down. I wouldn't be chasing after people. I would let the kills come to me. And then once you hit 15 teams left, that's when you start playing aggro. Like, when this isn't about, you know, winning 300k. This is about getting into the chance to win 300k, right? And if that means sitting in a damn bush to get into top 15, I'll sit in a damn bush, all right? And we saw that. We saw that. XL Rumble XL even. Great. Fantastic strategy. No one's going to say no. You know, like, you know, oh yeah, you know, well, you know, I could have gone and challenged some of the world's best players, or I could sit in a bush and qualify to play for 300k. You know, and that is the decision-making process here. OP Marked is a fantastic Battle Royale player. He definitely could have got a crap ton of kills in that game. But he didn't need to. He moved from power position to power position to power position, and that was the play. He got eliminations naturally. He didn't force it. He didn't force himself to chase after kills. He picked up kills naturally. Not very many players sniping this round. I know that Pieman's team is sniping. I know that FaZe Blue's team is sniping. I think Bartonologist is also sniping as well in some places, or considering a ZRG build. Surprised not to see more of them. Perhaps some of them don't feel confident in their ability to snipe. Having a good sniper is something you might want in the World Series of Warzone. is definitely something to consider. And it's something we're not seeing a lot of. Very few teams running sniper rifles today. I personally think that's a mistake. But at the same time, I would only have one man run a sniper. We're seeing it here from FaZe Blue, ZRG, Blixum. I would only have one man run a sniper because everybody else is running UGMs and autos. And if that is the case, getting a sniper shot off without the flinch is going to be very challenging to do. Please show the slow and steady strat to Benny, Jaff, and Shay before next week. It's interesting because you have to bear in mind that people are slow playing this a lot due to the fact that this is a qualification for the main tournament. In the main tournament, to get into the money, you are going to need kills. Placements are obviously going to matter, but in the official final tournament, you will need kills to get into the money. And you will need teams to play more aggressively. So I think Soka's team, in my opinion, in NA, are the best example of that. You see very good transitional gameplay, and in periods, they get hyper-aggressive. But in other periods, they play for power positions. I didn't get audio on Bartologis' feed, but I do think he was genuinely waiting for his teammates to pick up some kills and get into the top 15. You know, sniping in these tournaments is hard to do. Don't get me wrong. You know, I consider myself to be one of the better snipers in Warzone, if not one of the best snipers in Warzone. I will happily say that. But sniping in this is a different beast because every single person who you challenge and fight against is going to give you resistance. Now, we're going to go into the official gameplay. We're going to drop in to start with Picnic here, who is going in on the flight path. You can see that just there, very briefly. A northwestern pull for map 2, ending over top of Arsenal, Mines, and Dig Site. Very interesting to see. A slightly different pull setup here from the last round. Cash drops are in. We're going to go with Exact, actually. Didn't get to see his feed much in the last one. Couple of glitches and hitches. He is challenging Factory. Now, if I recall correctly, in the NA qualifier, the last time we saw this, Exact's team challenged for Factory every single round. I'm fairly confident his team, their entire strategy, depends on landing on Factory. Now, I don't know why, I don't know how, and I don't know the methodology behind this, but his team has landed on Factory, I believe, in all 4 rounds in the first NA qualifier before the crash and resets. And I think they're doing it again. Maybe they have determined that Factory is an intelligent drop in terms of people to loot ratio, and in terms of the ability to pick up a loadout. I would certainly agree with that analysis. They are challenging at least one team here on Factory, so we'll see how this pans out for them. Other people are going airfield. An interesting choice. We're going to drop in here with Huntsy's team, who's currently challenging off the edge here. Gets it down with a well gun. This is off the base of Peak into one of the new points of interest. Exact's team actually just picks up a down inside Factory. It wasn't a clean finish, though. A down for a down trade. Teammate comes in over the top, gets another shot in. Elimination on the board now. Factory is a tricky mistress. Another down comes in. He's got the purple Marco. I mean, he's in a very good spot. Still isn't a full team wipe yet. He's got his teammate down. He could risk going for a res. Perhaps put a radar jammer down to obscure the field a little bit. Good idea. Takes him off the radar for a bit. Produces a little bit of noise as well. Gets the res off. Very interesting to see here. An interesting choice to challenge for Factory. It's 2v1, I do believe, and the 1 is currently top roof of Factory by the looks of things. Now, if you want to talk about luck, this is Drift's team, and you're not wrong. He did just find a loadout drop marker in a crate. That is the rarest item you can find in any given loot crate. And he's just nailed it. He's just found one. So, you know, I've mentioned it before, and I'll say it all again. Luck is a factor in Battle Royales, and if you just pull or land on a loadout drop marker, well, you're just a lucky man, you know. Go and buy a lottery ticket or something. That was very fortunate. I mean, luckily for them, it looks like their loadout was going to come in anyway. Now, we haven't seen a lot of this today, and I want to transition over to it because I think it's a good idea. We've got Exact's team picking up their loadout and transitioning back towards factory. But Huntsy here is using a plane. He has not enabled advanced controls, which I personally think is a bit of a sin. Advanced controls definitely make planes far more stable. He's still using default control. You know, I don't know if that's going to end well, but he does see. I mean, look, he's getting UAVs on lots of teams. An AA cannon came in there and knocked him off his trajectory. But he has a 3-man team below here. And he has able to mark them for all of his teammates. Maybe they're looking to pick up some eliminations using the plane as a UAV early on. Probably not a bad strategy in the grand scheme of things. Nobody's... I mean, I think intelligent teams will utilize planes as UAVs. I don't think they should be using them as aggro weapons, personally. Saw our first instance of an AA cannon there.
Is our loadie safe?
Yeah, I grabbed.
Yeah.
Let's find a team that's having a hot scrap.
I'm going.
Like Exet Russ. Currently looking to challenge somebody on the airfield who looks like he's eyeing up a plane, and he is. Except Russ delays his shots. He's not going to be able to get down here, I don't think. But interesting to see the plane strategy coming in. He does actually disable the vehicle with the UGM. Good God, that mag capacity. That's quite something. Transitioning over to Picnic's team here. Currently gets it down inside. 2-man stack, double kill. And I believe he is being challenged again inside this warehouse building. 3 of his teammates still up. Multiple teams challenging on this airfield. You see that snapshot grenade going in. They are getting some very serious eliminations off the edge here. And this is what happens when you have a team who plays compact. These guys are all within sort of 5 to 10 meters of each other. They ran into 2 separate teams there by the looks of it. Wiped off both of them. Or at least the remnants of one team and another full team. And you can see the way that they're... I mean, the movement here is very much illustrative of a team who is run into a lot of trouble. He is moving cover to cover with pretty much every single crouch slide.
I'm gonna go get the chopper. I'll grab the chopper.
Yeah, I am too. I'm gonna go.
Kids at each. Kids at each.
No, he's not. Oh,
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Yeah,
We're going to go to our last round winners, even. E-Bates, who just got airstrike pushed off the hill there. Teammate goes down and dead into Gulag. I think he's being chased by... Well, I wasn't expecting to see this today. But that is Prime Bennycopter wiping out E-Bates mid-game. Picnic's team back at it again, going with a 2-man stack into H building, streamer building on airfield. I'm going to stick with these guys for a little bit. They've got a bit of flow going about them at the moment. 4 eliminations on the board already.
Yeah. Do it. We'll just
E-Bates' team getting helicopter pushed. I mean, wasn't expecting a lot of that. I believe he was killed by Watch Waldo. So, you know, I mean... Oh, wow. Look at this. OP Mark's team with a Doomsday... Oh, look at it. We're about to see the final circle come in. Now, if this happens, folks, and it goes accordingly, OP Mark's team are going to get Foresight and 3 Specialist tokens. So they will see the final circle of the zone before anybody else, and they have a helicopter to bloody get there. Look at that. That is 3 Specialist bonuses on the board. It is an Arsenal finish, ending on top right warehouses inside Arsenal. Wow. Let's chime in and listen into OP Mark's team for a bit, eh?
Working their way.
There's no buys here at all. Only regain.
Yeah.
I can go over here, actually.
There's one in peak. There's one in peak.
Oh, there's one in peak? I'm done. Call. I'm gonna put this up here. Okay, I'm grabbing self. I'm grabbing an airstrike.
I have a cluster right now.
Okay. What boxes do we want?
There's a buy station here. Buy station here.
Alright, so I'll get that. I'll get that.
And you're seeing a very interesting strategy here. These guys are still looting as if nothing has changed. You know, OP Mark's team has just received the most powerful upgrade of the entire tournament. They have Foresight. They know exactly where the final circle is. They know exactly the power positions to go to transition towards. And they all have Specialist bonus. But they're not playing any differently. They're picking up portable redeploys. They're picking up munitions crates. They're still playing it as a regular BR game. Because at the end of the day, Specialist is a bonus. Is not something that is going to decide a gunfight in most scenarios. But look, you know, you are a team now who knows the final circle, and Orange has already marked out, I believe, the power position play they're going to go for on Arsenal.
You want to double team this plane? Yeah.
Now that they know exactly what to look for, Orange is actually chasing down a fighter plane to ward him off. But OP Mark could just go sit center circle. And you're about to see possibly the best player of the game here. OP Mark's team is going to aggressively push armor building, as I like to call it, off the edge of Arsenal here. Gets a down, double down, with a cluster strike off of armor building. And that is a team wipe. With foresight, this is easily going to be the power position of this lobby. This is a one entrance building. Only the ladder is the way up. Without a shadow of a doubt, OP Mark's team is guaranteeing success for a top 5 finish here. They are taking the most powerful position in the zone with claymores. I mean, this is strategy. Restock enabled. Claymores going down. Taking the most powerful position with foresight. With durable gas mask as well, so they could feasibly wait for a zone pull.
Yep, I agree.
Now that's impressive stuff.
Yeah, we hold this hard.
Now, interestingly, we have Picnic's team here, who are also now utilizing a push towards Arsenal. They don't have foresight, but the zone is starting to pull that northern aggression to the extent that you know it's now finishing in Arsenal. And they are now going to make their own play, I believe, for a final circle finish. Opting here, by the looks of it, to go for the crane. Pretty shoddy parachute attempt there. Don't want to get killed off of a bad parachute. But he has decided to make his own push here.
How do I get up there? Oh, there's a ladder. I'm coming to the ladder now.
I think that's a full team in there. He is. That most wanted's up top. He's
A good choice from these guys. You're seeing a lot of teams, even though there are still a fair number of teams alive. 35, in fact. Teams are already starting to go for those positions in those final circles. They've already decided that they are going to take the best positions in the zone. And it's a very intelligent play from a lot of these guys. OP Mark's team are not going to leave this point. I can tell you that for free today. But they might end up with a bit of a challenge here. Airstrike coming in off the edge of this building. They're actually going to kill here. That is pretty naughty. A pretty naughty push from crane to crane there on a separate team. And that is Picnic Basket's team who managed to achieve that off the crane. OP Mark's team actually lighting up the helicopter that they are utilizing. So these two are definitely going to contest each other. I wouldn't expect to see a huge gunfight here. We're already seeing OP Mark down to 35 bullets. The ammunition economy is something he needs to bear in mind if they're going to be here all game. Because if you're going to be here all game, you can't be shooting that often.
Before it gets really fucking hot here.
No shot we go to that. There's no way.
Depends if Arsenal's just staring or not. I mean, if they're fighting, they can't do anything.
Starting to see a couple of other teams contemplating their pushes. You know, look, again, I'm going to talk about OP Mark's team a lot today because the way they're playing this is the way a winning team is going to play. A team who is in hell bent and hell intent on qualifying is going to play like these guys do today. But I'm going to switch to a man now who I also have high hopes for, but I'm going to switch to him because I think he's doing something cool. And that's FaZe Blue with a ZRG sniper rifle. Now, I believe these guys, just off the top of my head here, this might be the village transition towards Arsenal. That is in fact the case, yeah. That is the village ruins transition to Arsenal here. So they're going to have to go through the edge of dig site or the small, the double-story building towns off the edge there. Everybody is now knowing that this pull is heading towards Arsenal, and there isn't any stream sniping. There isn't people watching OP Mark's feed. This is all massively delayed by like 2 to 3 minutes, so it wouldn't really matter. You could just see off of the zone pull, a really good snipe, by the way, there from FaZe Blue. Everybody is going to head towards Arsenal here. We still have a lot of teams alive, 28 in fact at the minute, but this is such an aggressive northern pull that people are going to have to start thinking about their position early on here. You're seeing here, even in FaZe Blue's feed, most of the circle is already over Arsenal. Barely a slither of it's over Ruins. Thank you very much, Azza. Appreciate the kind words. See if we can get a couple more kills with this setup. I do love a sniper. I love a sniper in World Series of Warzone. It does tick some boxes for me. It looks like, by the looks of it, Uncivil Queen's team has been wiped again. So 2 slow starts for their team, which is a little unfortunate. But look at this right now. We've got a Trax team currently parachuting over the top here. I believe these guys have just redeployed from the Gulag. And you're seeing, this is another strategy. They are holding in the sky. They are not going to land. They are not going to try and land anytime soon. They're going to sit in that sky, potentially for as long as possible, until they designate a landing spot. I think green is currently a marker for where they were just killed off. So I think they might challenge a slightly more complex building like this one. Maybe utilize the underground bunkers, which not a lot of people play in this building. Could be a good option for them to get some guns on the board here. So a Trax team trying something a little bit different. We're going to go back to FaZe Blue, who's currently sniping people off the edge of the village push here. And that is the zone collapse that they're challenging. A bit of, dare I say it, network lag. I can't tell if that's from FaZe Blue's end, or just if the server generally is stuttering a little bit there. But it wasn't easy to get some clean snipes there. He is going to try and get one off here. Fails to hit it. Pushes close to the Armaguera. Serpentine saves the person he's firing upon. Ever so slightly, but he does manage to get the down and finish. Well played from FaZe Blue there. These guys are playing Edge Circle, and this is seemingly, in my opinion, in Game 2, this is a very deliberate decision. We've seen this twice from this team now. They are not playing central zones. These guys, by the looks of it, seem to be playing edge zone pushes to try and pick up eliminations and try and get into the top 15. So, an interesting strategy from them. We're having a look at Braxton's team now. I believe that's how that username is pronounced. We're in an interesting spot, not too far away from FaZe Blue's team. I believe that did his balloon there just malfunction a little bit, or was that a portable redeploy as opposed to an official balloon? Didn't get a lot of height off of that. He's got 2 teammates down. I think he is going to run into FaZe Blue eventually here as well. Being in this edge building is probably not... Yeah, FaZe Blue's just ADS'd clean at the building that he's in. Oh dear, you don't want to be in that position. But you're seeing a lot of these teams. Watch Waldo here. His team still sitting in a crane right now. At the moment, by the looks of things. With no intentions of moving. Actually, they're not in a crane. They're in an edge warehouse. They're double stacking the top platform of it. Look at how many teams have already taken up positions in the final circles. That's pretty crazy to me. We have seen 4 or 5 different teams potentially here already holding positions in circle. And the ones who haven't right now, like these guys diving in, look at how much they're struggling. Look at how much they're struggling to break into these final circles. Look at how difficult it is for them to try and get a position in the game now, because it's just becoming impossible. And this is why I alluded to the skill of both Picnic's team and OP Marked, because that was intelligent. It may have seemed cheap, it may seem like a scummy tactic, it may seem boring, but you know what? You've got people like this guy who are currently fighting for their damn lives off the edge of the circle, who will have a chance to get in, but it's not going to be easy. Or you could be somebody like OP Marked, who is currently in the highest power position of the game. Yes, given they did get Foresight, they did get multiple specialist tokens, but they've been playing this way from game 1. You saw it in game 1. Very intelligent strategizing, a team who are looking to qualify, and qualify well. They're not forcing it. 4 eliminations is more than most people right now. And as I mentioned, that previous team, they've just been obliterated off the edge here.
He down over there. Oh, he's resing him. Never mind. Fuck, bro.
So again, this team off the edge who we were just spectating, struggling a little bit. One man in the sky, parachuting in. Or sitting in a building in a power position. That is the choice that has to be made, especially when you get these very aggressive zone pulls When a zone starts pulling super aggro topside, you have to make these plays. If a zone is pulling directly into one space without any hesitancy, teams like OP Mark's team, teams like Picnic Basket's team, they are making highly intelligent plays by making these pushes. Seeing MP Roberts' team, again, taking a warehouse, sitting in the warehouse. Now, admittedly, this team is going to be a little bit shocked by the zone pull. We know the zone is pulling eastward of this location towards those final warehouses near OP Marked, and they are going to have to transition through Arsenal, but they're hanging on just that little bit longer. 21 teams left at the minute. We're slowly approaching that crucial top 15 placement. Azza, thank you very much for the support. Lovely to see you. I hope you have a good evening. We're seeing a lot of this really early on here. Ebates' team actually have already been wiped as well. IQ's team is 2 men down presently, 1 man up. And look at this, another team floating in. Now, of course, I don't know the circumstances that they had to get to this point, but they don't... Oh no, that's not where you want that to land. Their loadout drop is on top of OP Mark's team. That's not going to end well. I'm sorry to tell you. That's got to be the worst loadout drop location you're ever going to see day and night. It looks like Soka's team has also been wiped off the board. And it's interesting here because you can actually see Soka skipping through various teams that he's spectating. And look at how many of them are in power positions. We're seeing a very, very diligent set of gameplay here from a couple of select players. Soka's team, I still think, are going to qualify. They're going to do well. In comparison, we have Dinero 420's team, another team who last round, I believe, survived quite well into getting into the top 15. 21 teams still alive here. Portable redeploy. Oh no. That portable redeploy just got rinsed. That has separated the team. You've got one man who's made it inside, but he's going to get picked off. He's landed on another team. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, folks. I've been alluding towards this entire round. We have teams who realized that this was going to be a hard pull and took limited numbers of power positions versus a team like this who are struggling off the edge here. Dinero 420 played very well last round. I don't think they'll make top 15 here. He's coughing in the gas. He's going to have to now transition through Arsenal. Look, you know, I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep rinsing it. I don't care if it gets boring or dull. The simple fact of the matter is that teams who played that aggressive push and really got into the circle early are doing a fantastic job in these final circles. And they are the teams who are getting into the top 15. We're now down to 19. 4 placements left to go. Clink's team right here. The man with the claw, the RGB claw even. Look at that hand. He is also sitting in a warehouse. Now, we do know that it's going to pull across the shipyard, and that's going to produce some trouble for these guys. But even so, holding a tight angle here, not moving a lot, waiting for the kills to come to them, and the number of teams who are going to be challenging them for these buildings, who have had to run in from the gas, who have been third-party from other teams. By the time they get to these buildings, they might have lost some plates, lost some health, and it's an easy finish for any of the teams who have already set up a position or set up shop inside. And that's what you're going to see a lot of today. We're going to see a Bling's team here who are currently challenging off the edge. They've got an interesting position in this 2-story house. Actually, not a bad play at all, if I do say so myself. These guys could theoretically catch OP Mark's team off the transition. There's still one more team to go until we hit the 15 multiplier. One more team needs to be wiped before we hit that 15 multiplier. Pre-airstrikes edge of building in case anybody parachute drops off the edge of it. In fact, that's actually a cluster that he's just called in. Be interested to see if he gets any hits off of that, but we're one team away from that crucial multiplier. We're super, super close. And we're going to pop in quickly with Neto's team right now, who are currently sitting inside a shipyard. And I think we've just hit it. Yes, we've hit the 15 multiplier. OP Mark's team, who are in that power position, have foresight. They are now going to have to start playing aggressive. Yes, they do have durable gas masks. In my view, the intelligent play is to drop off on the right-hand side and hold the beach. That might be something that they might end up doing. I think the intelligent play is that. I think you'll see their team transition to that point. We do have the team in the double-story building that is going to be problematic for them. We've seen the teams. They've all been holding on for that. Look at that team, the two-story building. The two-story building team has just hit that crucial challenge on OP Mark's team. It's now the power position teams are coming out to play now because they have to. The hands have been forced. The zone is pulling. There are no other options here. Speaking of the two-story house team, which is Bling's team, currently sitting inside, they got hit by an airstrike, I believe, off of OP Mark's team, who are currently cleaning up a solo man down below. Semtex goes in, 2 to 3 man stack on the interior. Stun grenades go in. OP Mark goes in, potentially try and get finished. This is actually a 2 to 3 man team who are hiding under here. And they do get a team wipe. Very clinical from OP Mark's team. Bling's team still off the edge on that two-story building. Now has to rotate themselves. They are going to smash into OP Mark's team here. And they themselves are actually getting third-partied off the left-hand side towards the north. It's going to get very messy here. But it doesn't matter. Why? Because they're not going to get caught by OP Mark's team, who are durable gas masking and also have a PDS in pocket. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is I'm going to keep going. These guys today, just off of this second game alone, have given us some of the most impressive gameplay we've seen all day. They are going to take this top rooftop push, which is going to be super, super easy for them to hold realistically. Most of the teams aren't even going to dare to challenge on a rooftop here. Although there is one on the walkway already. They're going to have to dispatch this team to make this power position work. I believe that is actually Bling's team inside off the top here. So you've got the top and low ground split here, but two teams playing zone impressively. Two teams playing as intelligently as you can possibly get. Bling's team currently sitting on that inner walkway. I don't think he wants to challenge this too much. He also doesn't want to get in the low ground rush. There's only two teams left. It's OP Mark's team, Bling's team, and a third team. So we're seeing some very impressive stuff here. I think that's Spartan, Bling, and Casper contesting OP Mark's team up top. There is also one other team further north in one of the opposite warehouses. He's been high alerted from down low here, OP Mark. Bonus of having Specialist, I guess, isn't going to transition off the roof. That would definitely be a mistake at this point in time. OP Mark's team have the benefit of foresight here. They know exactly where the zone is going to go. And the transition over to them. They know where the zone is about to pull.
PDS and then we fry him, yeah? Like from up here.
Can we just PDS on the roof and just look
I also have a cluster. I'm going to wait until it rotates across.
We're going to chime in with OP Mark's team towards the end here.
Cross. Yep.
Couple shots coming in. Transitions off the roof. That's the north third team. This could get messy.
Yeah. They're looking at me right now.
If that third team decides to focus on OP Mark's team on the roof, then Bling's team down below could get a window of opportunity on this next zone pull. We're going to have to wait and see. OP Mark's team watching the zone steadily pull away here. They managed to get a PPSH kill down below. I believe that was Bling's team who potentially just got wiped. Or they are currently challenging, still challenging. Cluster Strike as well. PDS comes in from OP Marked. Utilizing the PDS gives him an opportunity to get some plates back on potentially. Double Claymores. Goes for the PPSH challenge. Gets a down. Doesn't get the kill. He does still have one man still alive. Live ping on the enemy opponent. And I think that's been a pickup there. And that is a victory for OP Mark's team. Absolutely beautiful. That is as clinical as it gets, folks. As clinical as it gets from a team who power positioned every single play. They went from the armored building, easily the best building inside Arsenal, to a late push on top of the warehouses to hold the best angle for the zone pull. The zone pulls again, and they're in the best position.
Let's not even talk about that. Like,
yeah. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I just blacked out.
And Nobu's team is doing well. How is them again?
And that's what we're talking about, folks. That's a lot of eliminations on the board for OP Mark's team. And that is a first place finish, which is a 2x multiplier. That is a 2x multiplier for OP Mark's team on a first place finish, which would definitely more likely guarantee them survival, and based off their first game as well, is pushing them highly into qualification contention. It doesn't get much better than that, folks. I think that is possibly the best round of Warzone you've seen from a team. In terms of private lobbies, in terms of just how they played that is as clinical as it gets. That is as well as it gets. You've got Shaded Step, OP Marked, and Yeet. It doesn't get better than that. And that is the truth. Like, they played that so perfectly. And that is Team 37, OP Marked, Yeet, and Shaded Step. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. He's just got 20 gifted off the win, so shout out to OP Marked. He definitely deserves it after that round. Look, some people will say, you know what? They got lucky. They got Specialist. They got Foresight. They got lucky. You know, they had the advantage. And they did have the advantage. They played a risk. They took a risk. They went for the Doomsday Choppers. They got the Doomsday Choppers. But their positioning from start to finish on those final circles was utterly incredible. Like, yes, Foresight does come in handy. And you could see really how the other teams struggled in the transitions due to the lack of Foresight, and they didn't know where the circles were. But OP Mark's team played that utterly perfectly. The power position on top of that with one entryway, got themselves lots of easy kills on the board, played it very naturally. Very good job from those guys. But like I say, we're seeing, in my opinion, that is a zone strategy that people are going to have to pay a lot of attention to in the finals. You know, having such an aggressive pull, because what you need to bear in mind here, because a lot of the teams who finished in the top 15 there, we're talking about Bling's team, we're talking about Pyman's team and a couple of the other guys, Dinero 420. A lot of the teams who got caught slipping in those final circles were teams who didn't pay attention to the aggressive pull. The zone had already kind of gone northward, but by the second or third circle, it was inherently clear that it was finishing over Arsenal. And the more intelligent teams took up power positions extremely early on. Extremely early on. And as a result of that, you've got lots of these guys who got caught trying to then assume the positions that other people had already taken, which is not easy to do, especially in a place such as Arsenal, where teams are very hidden. It's very difficult to watch these teams. It's just one of those things. Like, Arsenal, you know, if you push somebody on Capital in the Capital Spire, you can see them. You push somebody on the airfield, you can see the people on the airfield. But if you push people in Arsenal, the buildings just cover them. It's full-on hidden gameplay, full-on ability to stay hidden within those buildings. And I think I would say off the top of my tongue, there was about 10 separate teams, just off of looking at a couple of the perspectives there, 10 separate teams have chosen positions inside Arsenal. Some had elected to take cranes, some had elected to take warehouses, but all of those teams made it to the top 15, which is the critical multiplier. And this is where things start getting a little bit more interesting. Some teams are electing to try and push for kills, but other teams are letting the kills come to them. And it was teams like OP Mark's team, like Bling's team, and a couple of the other guys in those final circles who ultimately just sat in positions that they knew other people wanted. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. And, you know, yes, the gameplay towards the first couple of circles is quite tame. But it needs to be, because if you want to get into the top 20, if you want to play for $300,000, you need to be the people who are playing intelligently. So a big shout out to those guys. It's not, they make it look easier than it is. They do, all of the teams who made it into those final circles made it look easier than it was. In reality, it's a lot harder to get there. Whether it's getting in a plane, getting in a helicopter, going for a balloon redeploy. It is challenging to do, but these guys did do that very, very well. So we've seen two very different circles here. We had the first initial circle in game one, which was ultimately quite spread over power plant. Some teams electing to take power positions there. We saw Soka's team taking a really intelligent power position in game one, and they did that quite late into the circle, but they did it nonetheless. We also saw another team 2 stack above them. In game 2, we saw a very aggressive pull. A super hyper-aggressive pull from the zone, far, far away from base positions or an overall spread of the circle. So in game 2, we saw a very different approach from the circle, and it dictated the entire flow of the gameplay. Game 1, people were taking their time. People were slowly making their way to the circle. People were fighting it out in the transition gameplay. Game 2, if you weren't in there by circle 3, circle 4, you may as well have not bothered. This is indeed a 5-match series. So there's still 3 more games, and a lot can change. We're not even at the halfway point here. A lot could change. Teams who have had rough starts, I think Uncivil Queen's team haven't had the best start by the looks of things. You know, a lot of these teams who haven't necessarily done very well will have opportunities to turn things around here. But you're seeing emerging strategies from teams. You know? You're seeing very emergent strategies. You're seeing a lot of teams making very intelligent choices in terms of their positioning. And you're seeing teams who I touted that would do quite well, like OP Mark's team, like Soka's team, playing power positions very intelligently. That was indeed the second round. The leaderboard has not been updated. I do want to point that out. We have no update on the leaderboard as it presently stands. Just looking at all the information I have. Actually, we do have a... Oh, hello. Oh, baby. We have... Are they actually using a Google Sheet? Oh, let's go. They're actually using a Google Sheet. All right. Okay, fair enough. On the overall player elimination leaderboard, Ebates' squad has the most elims. I don't think this has been updated yet. This is still tracking game 1, I think. But off the initial leaderboard, they have, by the looks of things... Okay, here we go. By the looks of things off the initial leaderboard, we have Skullface's team, which is Soka's team, up first. Ebates' team in second. Casper's team in third. Liam Beans' team in fourth. Frozone's team in sixth. Wag's team in seventh. Bartonologist's team in eighth. Cammy's team. Astro Boys in ninth. Lots of joint ninths here. We've got about 4 or 5 teams in joint ninth. Shaded Steps team, which is OP Mark's team, who just won the last game, so those guys will probably now be in first place as opposed to 14th. T-Shivers' team, 16th. Couple joint 16ths. So the top 20 is still very close. Just looking at the points here, the difference between 9th and... The difference between 9th and 20th is only 6. Just off of game 1. So you're not seeing a huge setup shift here. It's still quite low. Like, you know, the overall standings of this qualifier, nothing to blow your mind at the minute. We'll see if this gets updated. I'll keep an eye on the official leaderboard. It has just been updated, in fact. Right, first team right now is Casper's team, 42 points. OP Mark's team, second, 41. Liam Beans, third. Soka's team, fourth. Zeno's team, fifth. Ebates' team, sixth. Color's team is also joint sixth. Yeah, that's Frozo's team. The top 20 is still very much in fluctuation here. I will get that Google Doc officially set up for you on the official leaderboard. But we're now going into Game 3, folks. And we have a big Southeastern zone pull.
Just in case.
Let's go. Time to go fucking big.
Let's go, boys.
Shoot some shitters.
The gas is closing on your position. Suggest you start running. Heads up, lads.
I just noticed my name says Roy Q1.
Hello? Let's go, baby. Come on.
Let's go.
The leaderboard page has just been set up. So I managed to get that going. I will show you guys the sheet when we get the next opportunity. This is now map 3 that we're heading into, folks. We're officially heading into map 3. And we are going to hop on into... Let's have a look. Let's see what teams are doing something interesting, eh? Let's see who's trying something a bit cheeky. And here's one of them, and that's Picnic's team, picking up a bomber off the rip. He has taken off too early there, gets some damage on his own vehicle. And he is simply using it as a transport vehicle, like any good Battlefield player would. He has decided to throw a critical asset into the floor and use it simply as transport. Inside the building right now, we've got a couple of shots going in with a Volk across range here. We are seeing a big fight between Picnic's team at the moment, and I believe that is Rexity's team who have just taken a hit, who've been wiped out by a DP-27. So that is 2 men down off of Rexity's team. They're still getting slightly peppered. They managed to get 1 back up. I think they managed to win that gunfight between Picnic's team, so Rexity's team getting some early kills on the board. Very interesting to see. Let's chime into one of our previous good performers, and let's have a look at Soka's team, who have landed top peak again. We're seeing some couple strategies here. I think we've seen the same from Exact's team. Exact's team and Soka's team seem to have designated drop points. Soka's team did just pick up a golden key card. Probably a good shout for those guys to maybe try and press that. What time is it for me? It is currently 30 minutes past midnight, and I'm still giving you this hot commentary. Why? Because I'm a man of the people. We're going to go into LG Trizzy's team, who's currently fighting off the, I want to say, the south side of airport. The tent transition? The tent transition into airport? They've just been wiped anyway. They've just been completely taken out. I think that's off the edge of the airfield there, where they've just been taken out. If you want to watch a man who does not use any kind of color correction in Warzone, that would be MP Robert, who's currently challenging for a triple loadout drop. He has got his. There is a team in the adjacent building here. I don't know if he knows much about digital vibrance or NVIDIA filters, but I would love to introduce him to it. Gas mask goes in, couple of Molotovs over the top. He has actually managed to very strategically get away there. Fair play to him. That is a triple loadout drop. He's actually getting third-pied from down the hill, though. That is the difficulty of teams fighting over non-bought drops. 2 of his teammates going down, 1 getting finished. That is MP Roberts' team getting locked up early on there. Not something you want to see. We're going to look at Dinero 420's team. One of the teams who've been slightly more aggressive, definitely have been playing overall with more aggression, less about the placement, thinking more about the uphill bows. This was the team that MP Roberts' team had just run into off that same hillside. This is the runway transition to Capital in between fields. These guys are also contesting this loadout drop. They do have another team pulling in off their east-hand side. Whether or not they're aware of that's another question entirely. These guys have known how to use a contrast setting, though. I don't know if MP Robert has a certain flavor of monitor that he prefers, a certain color correction style. We're gonna have a look at Exet Russ, who's currently fighting off the edge of the peak. Now, this was a man who I believe had to pull in a replacement teammate because his primary teammate was still asleep during the start of the World Series of Warzone. They're in an interesting spot right now, currently challenging up the hill towards peak. I don't think they can get much success with that. I believe they have the same idea in mind. They're transitioning away to the south now, towards farmland. Now let's look at the team who set the mark in the previous round, and that is OP Marked. And Shaded Step, as well as the others. And they have already made pretty substantial ways, I would say, to transition to the south. Of course, they don't have the benefit of foresight this time round, but it doesn't mean anything to them because they've already made that southerly push. The zone is very aggressively pulling to the south. OP Marked has already designated the power play position. I'd just like to make a little note on that. That is a very intelligent call again. This is the second time in a row that I'm having to, you know, I'm having to overdo it for these guys. But they're playing this perfectly. OP Marked has just marked a building which only has 2 ways to get up, and both of them are ladders. You can balloon onto it, but I wouldn't recommend it. It also has full 360-degree coverage. So he has marked a power play position in the centralized location of the zone. The zone is still pulling southward. If they take that rooftop, they're definitely going to be in a fantastic spot. And that is really, really good. It's the gameplay that you want. I think OP Mark's team and Shaded Step and all of his teammates, they're all doing such a fantastic coordinated job. And I think that they could run away and take this first place today, 100%. I can see that happening. Now, I'm going to go to Watch Waldo here, who's currently fighting inside the power... I believe this is power plant building. This is power plant building. Off the top of my head. Power plant building. He's taken out 2 men of a local squad in his area. Goes for the 3rd. Gets a couple hits. Jumps down with the armor Guerrero. Serpentine comes in for the savior. It's not going to be enough. There's a team wipe on one team. Watch Waldo is a very interesting player because he does have... I believe a couple of world records in Warzone, and what's more interesting is that he's now running a 3-line sniper. And I don't know if he's been doing this all tournament. We haven't watched a lot of him today, but a 3-line is a very interesting choice in the World Series of Warzone, and in my view, a very intelligent choice. I think teams with snipers tend to be doing better at this point in time. We're going to have a look at Uncivil Queen. Now, this is interesting. Uncivil Queen is already in the position that OP Mark's team has designated for their next push. They are now currently challenging these guys off the edge here. Cycle Pistol secondary, running Ghost off the rip with the auto. You're going to get a very interesting fight happening here, because Uncivil Queen's team is going to be challenging whoever they've got up top there. And they are then going to have to deal with a third-party rotation shortly from these guys over here from OP Marked. So, I'm not sure how it's going to go. Uncivil Queen has just lost one teammate on the right-hand side push. Not a very intelligent push in my view. Pushing up to that building is a lot of open space. Playing these slightly smaller buildings, in my view, makes a lot more sense. But here comes the push, and that is OP Mark's team, who are about to make Uncivil Queen's day a little bit more challenging. She has just noticed that that armored truck is coming in off the edge. It's a double truck push. Things are about to get a little bit tasty here, and we're gonna pay attention to it. I don't think you're going to see a very aggressive push from OP Mark's team here. Once they understand that this building is clear, once they get a full read on it, they are just going to take the rooftop. OP Mark's team is just going to sit really strongly up on that rooftop. Uncivil Queen's team here is one person down, so they do have to move. They have to get cash on the board. It has to be done. So we're starting to see some of that today. We're starting to see some trouble brewing in this spot. And that is the first trade. You've got OP Marked trading shots with Uncivil Queen early on there. Automaton versus UGM. This is going to be one of those situations where I'd be surprised if anybody pushes. Uncivil Queen probably needs to leave realistically to try and get 3 grand on the board to get a res. OP Mark's team has got the power position locked in already. I don't see them going anywhere. Couple traded shots early on. Now, in the mind of OP Marked, he thinks that there's a full team in that building. He doesn't know it's just 2. In the mind of Uncivil Queen, she definitely knows that it's a full 3-man in that building. But she has to leave. She needs 3 grand. So their options are either fight through OP Mark's team and whip up the cash, or rotate away. There are no other options here on Civil Queen. And the rotation is just as challenging. It is full open ground, full 360. The only rotation Uncivil Queen has, theoretically, is to head directly to her north, go up the hill, and transition away. And even that's not going to be easy to do. So this is a tight spot. Both of these teams are going to be interlocked, probably until the final 20 teams. So we're going to move on over to somebody else. This gun battle, I don't think is going to go anywhere anytime soon. I can tell you that for free. I don't think either team is going to be willing to move. Now, Soka doesn't have the highest quality Twitch stream in the world, but we're going to go over to Soka. We're going to go over to Soka because he's utter demon. There's no other way around it. Soka's team are currently going into game 3. They are 4th place with 36 points, which is a huge gap, by the way, to 20th. 20th only has 16. So Soka's team, those critical eliminations, gets a massive kill in the gas there. Hell of a good job to maintain his shots with the UGM. And this is why Soka's team has managed to stay so high in 4th place with Skullface. This team, although they haven't had the best map too, the eliminations have been a huge category for them to play in. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the kind words, guys. Mark as well. Thank you very much. We're working on the commentary, folks. You know me. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can chime on in with another team who's playing things a little bit interestingly. We'll keep some tabs on Soka because Soka's team are inevitably going to be picking up lots of kills today. Let us have a look at a team who could get caught in a pretty tricky location. And that is... that is this poor lad here. And that is Huntsy's team, I believe, who have just landed...
You have a minute and 30 to get over there, so...
They've just landed off the edge of OP Marked and Uncivil Queen. That's not going to end well. If you want a team who's just made a bad call, that's the one. We're going to have a look at, I believe this is... Have a look at Rexity here. Rexity's team, who have been kind of doing all right. Nothing too crazy. They did get, I believe, a pretty high finish game 1. But they have got a few eliminations on the board between them in the minute. UGM Meta definitely coming in here. This is off the edge of Power Plump. So we're seeing a very strong southeasterly or southeast push, so to speak. I believe we're looking at a capital resort finish here. We haven't actually seen the zone from... Nobody's brought up the circle yet. Nobody's pulled it up on their map yet. But just off of initial impressions here, we're seeing a pretty interesting choice. We're going to go to Exact here, who's currently fighting off the edge of the theater. So this is the southeastern side of Capital, heading into the resort transition with the UGM. And that is Twitch TV lag at its finest. But he does have that crispy quality. Interesting choice to run dual optics. So this is interchangeable 1.25 to 3.25x, I believe. Not the best reticle in the world, and it does have a bit of visual kick, but he's picked up a kill there, and he's picked up a couple of eliminations on the board between his teammates. They'll be feeling pretty confident. It's an interesting choice, going for one of these residential buildings off the edge. Not the best positions in the world, although very defendable if you're running a 3-man stack. So I can see the reasoning behind it. In comparison, we've got Bartonologist's team, who, dare I say it, is in the exact same position where OP Marked was. Let's go find OP Marked, because these guys are... Well, this is going to be tasty, isn't it? No, OP Marked, yeah, OP Marked's team and Bartonologist's team have replaced each other, so to speak, to a certain extent. Uncivil Queen, I believe, has been wiped in the process, I want to say. Oh my god, no. Uncivil Queen's team is still alive to the south. They managed to transition away here, but things are going to get quite interesting. Oh wait, no. Uncivil Queen's team did get wiped. She's actually spectating. Her team did get wiped off the board. So it's Bartonologist's team who are currently challenging OP Mark's team. This is ZRG. There is a ZRG involved here. There is the potential for a one-shot down involved here. So we're going to see some pretty interesting plays here. Hyper-aggressive, I believe, from Bartonologist's team. There's still 15 teams left to die before we see teams start playing hyper-aggressively. A couple of wallbangs going in there from OP Mark. Now, something I thought we would see in the World Series of Warzone, we're seeing this here quickly as Bartonologist picks up a cheap little elimination there. There seems to be some sort of split, a couple of teams below in comparison. So we've got OP Mark's team across the way in the building. There appears to be 1 or 2 players below Bartonologist's team. Something I thought we would see as a strategy emerging in the World Series of Warzone is what I like to call harassment. And harassment happens in PUBG, and you see it quite a lot in professional PUBG, where pro players will fire a couple of rounds at their opponents. Even if they know they're not going to get the kill, the intention is either to distract them, cause a problem for them, or make the situation more challenging than it should be. OP Mark there got a couple of wall bangs through the wall there to make one of Bartonologist's team plate up, which was very challenging. If that was more than one player who pushed up the staircase, that could have ended really badly for Bartonologist's team. So you're going to see a very interesting fight here developing between Team 37 and Team 1, which is OP Mark and Bartonologist's team. 2 high-ranked teams as it presently stands. We have OP Mark's team currently sitting in 2nd place on the overall leaderboard. Bartonologist's team, I believe, is in the top 20. Oh no, they're just outside the top 20, actually. 24th place for almighty Drew and Bartonologist. So they I don't think you're going to want to see these guys play this super aggressively. Fire sale has just come in. There is a fire sale potential off the edge of this. And OP Marked is on it like a flash. He is already pre-aiming the hell out of that buy station. This is going to be an interesting fight. I don't think either of these teams are going to move right now. I think both of them are very much aware that they are in solid power play positions in the center of the circle. Buy station off the rip as well. Options for reses. Both of them have good amounts of cash. These are two teams who have already set up for final circles. So I don't see them engaging too much with one another. In fact, I think it would be a mistake if they were fighting each other. Fire Sale, however, has a really good opportunity here to let some of these squads get some pretty insane reses and bring some people back on the board. We're going to be talking a fairly strong uptick in mid-circle here. Seeing OP Mark's team have definitely got center circle here. I'm going to transition over to Astro Boy, who actually did quite well, if I recall correctly. They did, I believe they are in the top 20 at this point in time. These guys are on the hillside transition right now, which isn't the best place to be. They do have the high ground, but this is an awkward location with not a lot of cover. And you can see that to the detriment of this team that he's firing upon with the UGM. That's one elimination on the board. Serpentine isn't going to save this guy. Astro Boy picks up a second kill. Very good job from him catching a team on the transition there. But those who hold can also be held. So they need to be very careful about their choice here and how they approach things. We're seeing a couple of teams getting quite unlucky. We've seen Uncivil Queen's team, I think, have had 3 really rough maps back-to-back. We are seeing currently Watch Waldo's team having a pretty aggressive fight. He gets wiped. And look at this. No, guys, I said it last round. It's happening again. Watch Waldo's team has just been taken out. Look at the number of teams playing for that edge of circle suburbia. The number of teams who are challenging. I believe that's Watch Waldo's team out of the game at 28th place. That is them out of the game at 28th place. But look at the number. Look, this is what I keep telling you all about. We're going to go down to OP Marked. Look at how many teams are trying to challenge this guy for this building. And he doesn't even need to do anything now. He doesn't need to go chasing kills. People are chasing his position.
Come on, RNG. Come on, come on, come on.
Blessed.
We'll take that. We'll take that.
We take that. We're chilling. Might be an opportunity for some kills here. Any people I see running out in the open towards us over here, man, I think we killed them, Jake. I mean, I don't have little AR, but it's worth it.
Yeah, I've got a mag, pretty much. That's it.
I have a mag, yeah.
I've been talking about this a while. We saw it in Game 2 with that really aggressive pull on the circle. We're seeing teams who are intelligently setting up shop in much better situations. One of the teams who keeps playing Edge Circle, and I don't think it's by choice, is Dinero 420's team, who is currently yet again fighting off the Edge zone. Just before we transitioned to him, there was a UAV ping that went up. I would hazard to guess there are at least 8 people between him and the circle. So we're going to see some fights going down here for sure off the Edge Circle here. Possibly even a team potentially on the top side capital there. They're going to pick up another UAV. He's still just inside the radar jamming region, I think. So I don't know if he can get that off. What are they going for here? Gassy picks up a Gassy. Maybe aware of the fact that there are quite a few teams ahead of them. Perhaps thinking about a slow play into the zone here. This looks like a very deliberate choice from this team. This edge of gas play. This is possibly the 3rd time I've seen these guys edge gas. And I don't think that they are... Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that UAV, guys. Holy crap. That is 54 players are still alive in this tiny ass circle. And every single one of those damn buildings is riddled with them. That UAV is utterly ridiculous. That, I mean, there's got to be at least 10 players? 20 players? Wow. That is something. And you know what? We're seeing some pretty interesting strategies. I can tell you that for free. You this is it. This is what I'm telling you all about. We're gonna stick with Dinero 420 here, but I can tell you right now, Bar Knowledge's team, Exact's team, and OP Mark's team have all Rainbow Six Sieged the shit out of those residential buildings off the northeast side of Capital. All of them are sitting in them. Every single one of them. We're going to have a quick look in a second once Dinero has this fight in this building. These guys are on the edge zone transition. It is a 3v3 stack. Massive first down there. Second and third goes in. Some very fantastic plays from Dinero 420's team. Perhaps affording themselves a little bit of time here with the gas masks by the looks of things. Some very deliberate choices to run stims and gassies here. Trying to pick up some resources as well. Now, interestingly, the zone has now massively pulled away from the residential sector. You can see it on Bartonologist's top screen here on the minimap. Bartonologist's team are now in the best position in the game because they currently have a building hold on potentially all the other teams. He's actually challenging right now. PPSH going in. Doesn't get any kills. Nearly gets all of his plates ripped off. Can the keyboard and mouse player do it on a rainy night at Stoke inside a building against aim assist? And the answer is yes. Drew picks up a couple of kills there. We're going to have a look at OP Mark's team, who are going to be caught here in a transition gameplay. They have just, I believe, shaded steps keeping them alive here off the edge of that building. That was actually Bartonologist's team challenging 1v1 with OP Mark's team, or 3v3 even. And Shaded Step is keeping it alive. I believe he is going to pre-cluster strike the edge of the building and play potentially for a gas mask. Or a PDS. I don't know. He is neither a PDS, a gassy, or a stim here. He's going to have to move. Interesting decision to cluster strike the position he has to move into. Barnologist's team also caught in the transition there. That is OP Mark's team off the board. I think they made it to 15th, though. I think they made it to 15th. We are seeing a massive dynamic shift here. T-Shivers' team is who we're going to transition over to next. All of the teams who were aggressively camping and aggressively playing all of these edge buildings and now finding themselves in an absolute blender off the edge. We're seeing a massive play coming in here from Exact. Let's have a look at Exact's stream quickly. Good God. I believe that was Exact's team challenging right there. And they're going for a stim play, guys. They are going for a stim play. That is Foreign Jace on the double stim edge push. A little bit of lag on the stream there. Sorry about that, folks. The double stim edge push for top balloon just barely gets the second stim off. That is a horrible final circle, folks. There's no two ways around it. But Exact's team is going to challenge for the very top of the high ground here. If they get some plates on here, uncontested, there is a chance. He's got a Gorenko. That's a down. Massive shot. Doesn't get the finish. That could come back to bite him. He has got double munitions box if he wants to play gas again. Throwing it down in front of him, though, is a terrible idea. He could get that shot at. Could be a very easy elimination if he's not careful here. He's playing that top side extremely well. T-Shivers' team, who have been wiped, just witnessed all of this go down on the spectate, and they seem pretty blown away by it. Oh, we're getting a little bit of slow-mo from Exact stream. We don't want that. Come on. He's in a very good spot here. He is currently, I want to say that's 5 teams. That's a huge down with the Gorenko. It is 1v1v1v1 right now, folks. And I would hazard to say that Exact's team have the best position, but that might mean that he gets focused on. I would hazard to say that that might mean he gets focused on. And that's not what you want. That being said, in a very good position here to see out this final map. Well, I say final, third map, but he gets picked off. He was focused on. Gonna have a look at one of the teams who are downhill at the minute. And that's the Auto coming in. I can't tell which team that currently is. Everybody seems to be spectating at the minute. Alternate perspectives of teammates. All of my main feeds are currently spectating, so it's safe to say that we're currently witnessing the final teams who are solos. All solos, by the way. Automaton comes in off the edge here to get one of the teams, I believe, off the board nearly. We're seeing some pretty impressive edge of circle plays here. Gas mask going in. We're going to see some teams deciding to take the gas mask stim approach here. The player in spectate at the moment has a double stim option.
Stim.
It's pretty crazy, guys. I don't think this is possibly the most aggressive 1v1v1 scenario I've ever seen. That is oh wow, that was an off the top with a PPSH. Wow, that's a great finish there. That was a well, I say a great finish. When I say a great finish, I believe that was Lane's team picking up the win there. That was such an unfortunate situation for all of the people who ended up taking that position. Bartonologist, for example. That was Castillo's team. Okay, very good. I believe that's my team 40, I believe. Z Castillo. With Lanes. First place finish for them. I believe that is one of our Mexican teams who I don't know a lot about, I'm afraid. Getting a fantastic little finish there. Really great job for them. That is pretty big. That is a 30 points on the board in game 3 for those guys, which will most definitely take them into the top 20. 100%. Pretty massive game there. We saw a really interesting finish there, and dare I say it, the strategies I was talking about kind of came back to bite them. I mentioned very excessively, to an extent, how important positioning was, and we saw it from OP Mark's team, we saw it from Bartonologist's team, we saw it from Exact's team. They all got screwed by a zone pull. None of them were willing to transition into the open field because it was a terrible play. And although they were in good spots, and they did make it to the top 15, so they did do the job, that's where the RNG comes in. There is really no two ways around it. Towards the end there, that is where the RNG dynamic of Warzone comes in. Those guys simply had the best positions, and it just didn't matter. It honestly didn't matter. We saw all 3 of those teams, Exact, Bartonologist, and OP Marked, have 3 of the best positions in the game. That single zone pull led all 3 of them to squash into each other. And all of the 3 best teams who had the best opportunities to finish high in the leaderboard got absolutely ruined by that. Pretty crazy to see. You know, and in comparison, you've got Castillo and Lanes' team, who I believe were fighting in Capital. They were one of the teams, alongside Dinero 420's team, who were fighting off the edge circle inside Capital, who ended up transitioning inside to this high ground, up those hills and up those fields, because they just avoided the buildings entirely. So seemingly the teams who weren't in center zone there, or weren't playing power positions, got fortunate with that zone pull. Good to see you, C Guitars. Hope you're doing well. Pretty impressive. I think we saw, again, some really emergent strategies. We saw a lot of people, again, Bartonologist, OP Marked, Exact, playing power positions, getting top 15, getting the multiplier, putting themselves into the top 20. And they will get those top 20s, 100%. All of them will, at the current rate of things. But, you know, sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes the zone pull just screws you. We're just waiting on the official playlist update at the minute here. It's still taking a little while, but I'm sure we will get there. I am sure of it. We're going to try and, theoretically, I mean, I would like to be able to zoom in on this, so I'm going to have to do it the super classic way of just expanding the source to an unhealthy level, if you can't actually zoom in directly. Here is a quick look at what the overall leaderboard looks like heading into map 3. This has not been updated, so you're going to see the top 25 teams here give or take, pre-map 3. So this is without the map 3 updates. We're waiting on those map 3 updates. We're going to see if we get anything from it. Nothing just yet. We're still waiting on the leaderboard to go up. But you can see how critical some of these points are going into map 3, map 4, and map 5. You're already seeing early on here a lot of compact scoring. From, for example, we've got from 12 all the way down pretty much to 22, 5, 6, 7 points in it. Even more compact from 12 to 18. From 12 to 18, you're talking about 4 or 5 points. From 12 to 17, you're talking about 3.5 points. So you're seeing some super tight point scoring situations here. So going into map 3, this hasn't been updated just yet. So you're going to see an update come in. But we are seeing an elimination leaderboard coming up here. Going into map 3, we've got the eliminations you can see on the right-hand side here. Soka's team had 14 eliminations going into map 3, which really isn't a lot. Look at how small those margins are, and this is the nature of private lobbies. Double digits is a godsend, right? You know, we're seeing OP Marked and Shaded Step. The reason they're so high in the leaderboard, because both of them got high digit kills. Same with the Hyper Legends team with Liam Beams and Dinero 420. Should also place quite highly again. They'll probably, I think the Hyper Legends team with Liam and Dinero 420 could see themselves potentially top 2 first place, maybe, based off of that last round. We're just waiting for that cheeky leaderboard update. Hasn't come in just yet. Nothing on that front. We're going to leave the leaderboard live. I'm going to grab a drink quickly and we'll see you in a second, guys. So, still no word on the official leaderboard update, folks. We're still waiting for that to happen. We are heading into map 4 shortly, where I'm sure we're going to see things continue to just unfurl into centralized madness. But again, just looking at the leaderboard, I know obviously you guys haven't seen the update for map 3. We can see 4 or 5 teams here. Brozone's team, we're seeing Soka's team, we're seeing OP Mark's team. A couple of the guys who are playing these really aggressive power position plays doing very well. Bartonologist's team were currently sitting at 24th heading into map 3. They would have broken into the top 20 for sure on the basis of their last round. So we are seeing intelligent teams who have strategized, who have taken their time, who are going from power position to power position, are consistently landing in the top 20 for this qualification. And at the end of the day, that's all you need to do. You know, you can't compete for 600k, 300k if you haven't even made it in. So we're seeing some really good stuff here. Some really good stuff indeed. Thank you for everybody who has... oh, bloody hell. But we're getting the late night sponsor renewals. Oh, God. I might actually have to time out Stream Elements here because I think everybody... I think all of the membership renewals just came in there. What with it being the 2nd of September. Alright, we've got our leaderboard update. Let's go, baby. Come on. Come on. My leaderboard is just updated. I'm expecting this one too. There we go. That's a bit more like it. Let's have a look at the new leaderboard. We have got Liam Beam's team hitting up first, the Hyper Legends, who I did say could take first, have in fact taken first. So that is Liam Beam's Dinero 420 We have Soka's team in second. We've got Exact's team in third. OP Mark's team in fourth. We're seeing some pretty impressive, consistent scores here. Castillo's team picking up seventh. We have Color's team in eighth. Xeon's team in 10th. We're starting to see a bit more separation now in the top ranks. You know, 66 to 61 is a pretty big split. 61 to 56, pretty big split. Towards the bottom here, you know, 11th to 20th, or should I say joint 19th, IQ's team, we are talking about 7 points. So a lot of movement here. We've got Frozone in there. We've got Rekness's team. We've got Wag's team and Bonk. We've got Bartonologist's team, who I think have been consistently placing quite well in there. All the teams who are fighting are doing a pretty good job, but we're heading in to map 4. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some spicy, spicy gameplay. All over again in map 4. We're going to join Exact. I think. No, we'll join Bartonologist. I think he might be going for a cash drop here, dare I say it. He is indeed challenging for a cash drop, the mad lad off the edge of Subpen. No word on the circle just yet. In fact, I might be able to try and pull a feed up to try and get an eye on the circle. I think this was a pretty spread circle. No major deviations or pulls. I think we're seeing a pretty large circle here heading into this. Can't believe we're about to see Bartonologist's team attempt a cash drop there. Don't know if it quite worked out for them in the end. We're already seeing a couple of teams go down. Rexty's team have taken a couple hits there already. But what we are witnessing early on here is no major zone circle pull by the looks of things. Let's join Soka's team, one of the teams who presently have the highest number of eliminations in the tournament. Soka's team and Exact's team are trading blows for highest number of eliminations. A couple of really good options here. So again, no major pulls in the circle here. Nothing too massive going on. Soka's team opting again for top peak, which seems again to be very deliberate decisions from these guys. Perhaps maybe seeing if they could find themselves one of those doomsday crates. So the zone is to the southwestern side of Peak, so primarily over the airfield. So not a major deviation, but Soka's team, helicopter on the board, loadout on the board. We're going to have a quick look at Rekness's team, who is using the laser rifle in downtown Capital at the minute. Some pretty exciting stuff on that front. How often do you see a laser weapon in Warzone, eh? So we're just generally having a look around. I'm going to have a look at Pieman teams here with Intex and Frozone, I believe. They're challenging at the moment off the side of Subpen. So this is one of those village areas, the transition up to the runway. They already have weapons on the board. Already. It's happening pretty fast this round, eh? In comparison, we've got a couple of the other... Let's have a look at one of the other teams who are doing really well. Let's have a look at OP Mark's team. See how they're playing this early on. They are one man down, actually. I think they've contested. Ended up contesting early on here for their loadout crate. They are one man dead. Not even down, just straight up dead. And that is, I believe, Shaded Step, who they've lost. Who at the moment is the 4th highest elimination player on the board. So they need to absolutely get him back in the field. They do have nearly enough cash to do so. Super critical that they get Shaded Step back in. He's had a hell of a performance. Another team doing things a little bit differently. We've got Prospects' team here, who are currently pushing a golden keycard bunker. You don't see that very often. It wasn't an option available to teams in the EU qualifier. We're now playing on the regular playlist. A risky decision, but $48,000 on the board is quite something for a team. OP Mark is currently about to potentially rinse a man top resort. He does not get the burst off correctly. That could come back to bite him. $4 grand on the board for his team to get Shaded Step back in. This is possibly the most critical gunplay of their life here. They are consistently placing highly. I think they will qualify top 20. They are quite far away from a lot of the other teams in the top 20 at the minute. That being said, it can all change in a game or two. So they do need another consistent finish there. I don't think they're going to want to be finishing outside the top 15 at all. We'll see how that goes. You'd like to think that Peak would be the death drop, but that just hasn't been the case from what we've seen so far. We have seen consistently Soka's team now challenge top Peak and effectively be uncontested. You want to watch something a little bit funny here. Prospects team, the gas Semtex push into the tunnel to force them through the railway system. One of them is even downed, dare I say it. He's opened both the doors to allow his team to continue moving. I don't think we've ever seen people chase each other in the transit system, but it's happening here and now in the World Series of Warzone. That is quite something already. Peak seems to be very regularly a cash drop, yeah. We are seeing OP Marked go down now. After getting Shaded Step back in, his team is being 2-stacked. And that is OP Marked into the Gulag. They're going to have to regain to try and get back into this one. Not the best start for them this round. A contested setup of drops. Let's have a look at Soka, who has decided that aerial combat is obviously a critical part of Call of Duty. These games are definitely going to be quieter. I think a lot of you guys have seen it. Some of you guys have, dare I say it, called it boring. You're going to see slow play until 2015 teams on the board, because that's when the multiplier kicks in. So basically, up until the final 15 teams, it really is just about surviving. We are going to stick with some of the teams who are getting a bit more eliminations than others. Soka's team is currently leading the way with, I believe, the overall player elimination leaderboard. Exact's team is also kicking around up there as well.
Oh, that's the Cobra. I'm bugging. I'm hot. I'm gonna keep looking around.
Dare I say it? I think. Now, if I am correct, that is Soka's team pulling in a Doomsday crate? I believe I am correct. That is Soka's team with the Doomsday crate. The option to get Foresight and 3 specialists on the board. And look, big brain strategy. We have Soka doing the aerial UAV for his team on the Doomsday drop. Now that's pretty damn smart. This will guarantee them 3 separate specialist tokens and Foresight. A very intelligent move. We've actually just seen Exact on my second screen there has just been taken out as well. This is Soka's team making a very intelligent play to get the Doomsday crate. I think this is the first time they've actually ran into the Doomsday crate, despite landing Peak 3 times in a row. We'd love to see a bit of aerial gameplay. It does mean that they now have Foresight on the board. We're going to wait to see a map pull-up here from these guys. I would love to see where the circle's finishing. Inevitably, it looks like the circle is pulling pretty close to the south, like Capital Resort kind of finish. Okay, Soka, please. Yeah, look, okay, that's a Fields finish. Hello. That is a Fields runway finish off of the bridge. Now, that is one of the most challenging finishes that we've seen going into map 4. Without a shadow of a doubt, that is going to be hard because there are no easy positions to hold in that circle. And I'm sure Soka's team is suddenly becoming very aware of that. We are going to stick with these guys because they do have an advanced UAV. They do have 3 specialist tokens, and they are the kill score leaders of the entire tournament. So we're going to get some pretty nice eliminations, I think. And you wouldn't, looking at the overall circle, because you can see it on exact screen here, you wouldn't know that that was finishing top runway. You wouldn't know that this round is going to be finishing. Soka's managing to get some airstrikes in here. One of his teammates has just been rinsed, though. It's already that specialist token gone. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence on that push on the hillside. This hillside can be very unforgiving. This is going to be a very interesting finish for 15 to 20 teams, because the transition up the hill alone is going to kill a lot of squads. But there are no power play positions in this circles. For these final circles, without a shadow of a doubt in my mind, there is not a single power play position. And it isn't looking that way either. So, very interesting to see how Soka's team plays this with foresight. They have all of the information in their hands. They know how best to approach it. It's going to be a rough one for them. Even with foresight. I mean, foresight ain't saving anybody, I'll tell you that for free. Not in that kind of circle. No chance.
Big boy, go. I popped the, I think 1 or 2.
The streams are pretty massively delayed, Jay, so these guys are probably a good 2 to 3 minutes further along than already. We're seeing Soka's team trying to pick off a couple of eliminations early on here. He is still, I believe, a 0-digit. Another team that's trying things a little bit differently, and a team that hasn't had the best start, is one of the highest performing teams so far today, and that is OP Mark's team with Shaded Step. They are currently 4th place going into map 4, so a comfortable position. They are, off the top of my head, they are 20...
No, this is definitely the play. Get the fuck out of here.
They are 23.5 points. Wow, that is OP Mark's team. Wiped in map 4. They are still 23.5 points inside safety. It's going to take quite a substantial jump from some of the lower teams to knock these guys out of the top 20. But a bad game from them in map 4. They're going to have to regroup in map 5. As OP Mark and Shaded Step off the board in map 4. A bit unfortunate for them. We're going to move on over to Exact here, another team who is playing fairly well today. I believe that their team has not only the 2nd highest number of eliminations as a player, which is currently Exact himself, who is sitting in with 20 eliminations going into map 4, but they are also they are 1st place. Dare I say, no, 3rd place even. They are 3rd place. So they themselves are also 25, 26 odd points off of the top 20, so they are safe at the moment. A high placement in map 4 for Exact's team would pretty much guarantee them the World Series of Warzone qualification. So a decent game from these guys today means that they won't have to worry too much going into map 5. Whereas OP Mark's team are going to have to pull together a fairly convincing map 5, I think. I mean, if they don't, you know, if you get wiped at 30, I think 37th, or, you know, within the mid-30s, they're going to have to play things a little bit differently. One of the teams who did really well early on, also finding themselves in a very similar position, is Ebates' team, who are currently 12th in the leaderboard right now, 34 points, which means that they are only 6 points into safety, and they are currently in a regain situation as we presently speak. Let's have a look at a team who are trying things a little bit more shakily. And that is FaZe Blue's team with the sniper rifle. They have already traversed their way up towards this top peak point. Perhaps looking at that circle pull, maybe looking for some power positions. Not a bad idea. They do have a double story here, which dare I say it, this might actually be the power position for this circle. This genuinely might be the power position for this circle. Now, I'm going to have to put a little bit of sauce on this for you folks. FaZe Blue's team has, rather erroneously, dare I say it, called themselves Easy Qual. As in, their team is quite literally named Easy Qualifier. And they are currently 30th. So they are 10 places out of actually qualifying. They are currently sitting on 18 points. They need 10 more points to get into the top 20. So they're going to need a very convincing round here. Dare I say it, top 3, top 5 finish to make their way into the top 20 comfortably. Of course, we still have another map on top of that. But these guys have gone for easy qualifier. That was, dare I say, a cursed name. A cursed team name that has maybe definitely come back to bite them. Now, one team who definitely needs a convincing round here is Omit IQ's team here, who are currently sitting in 19th place with 28 points. They are presently 3.5 points from safety. So, not in the best spot. But a good round here will definitely save them some trouble. So a team that will want to perform quite well by the looks of things. Naturally, everybody is looking to perform well in this game, but some teams definitely need it more than others at the moment.
Make sure all the doors are closed too, so if they want to come in here, bro, they gotta make some noise.
I'm in the nearest spot I can watch the bathroom.
Unping, bud?
I think, if I were to hazard a guess... So we've got another team who need a fairly decent game here. We're looking at IQ's team still presently. Bartonologist's team needs a fairly decent game here. 14th place at the minute. They are currently themselves 4.5 points into safety. But they are in a regain situation. They are one man down and dead. And that is, I believe, Bartonologist himself who is dead. Almighty and Drew presently still alive. But they are not in a good plate situation, and they're not in the best cash situation. So these guys need a bit of luck, and you can see the zone pull here, actually. Let's go back to Omit. IQ there. FaZe Blue's team is in a power position off the edge of that circle, but this circle is going to be horrible. This circle is going to be so challenging for every single player involved, because we're talking about a 65-player crush onto a cliff. Let's go down to Soka's team, man. Apparently, I think these guys are in the blender already. Let's go down to Soka's team. Let's find Soka. I know he's doing some ridiculousness. There we go. Soka's team are already decided, you know what? Screw placement. We're going to go into the trenches and just rinse people. Of course, these guys have foresight. But I think they've become very aware of the fact that there is no power position. So the strategy here, by the looks of it, is let's just absolutely rinse every single player who challenges tents. That appears to be the plan. Soka is currently beaming somebody off that deployable. Doesn't get the necessary shots. Another one goes up. The UGM has a lot more bullet velocity than I think he's counting for there. Some players could look a little bit further away than they actually are. But Soka's team, who have the most advantageous position... 2 players were specialists. One of them did lose it. But they also know exactly where the final circle's ending. But this is going to be a really painful final circle. We're currently sitting around 63 players. 63 players and still a large number of teams still alive. So we still need another 8 players, 8 squads even, to die off before the multipliers become active. And we're talking about a hillside push with 60+ players. That's not going to end well, folks. You know, there are many ways the cookie crumbles. But the cookie crumbles pretty badly when 63 players are pushing a hill. Another team, unfortunately, who I think are now completely out of contention at this point in time is most... Yeah, I don't want to say that anybody really is out of contention, because realistically, you know, you get a good 2 games on the board, you could have a chance. But it looks like Uncivil Queen, who I thought would do quite well in this tournament, has had a lot of bad luck. It looks like their team is definitely out of qualification. They've been finished off early in map 4. The odds of them doing well in map 5 won't really redeem it. Speaking of another team who are perhaps a little bit worried at the minute, I think that's E-Bates' team, who have just been wiped in map 4, meaning that they are going to run into a very tricky map 5, and they might fall out of the top 20. Let's go back to Soka, who's about to challenge 2 guys on top bridge. Blame the Twitch quality, I'm afraid. But that is a 2-man challenge off the edge of the bridge. A little... I mean, he is solo here. His boys are not here to back him up, and he only has 70 bullets in a mag. He could maybe get an elim off the bridge. I mean, oh, it's very risky. He gets a play break, though. He's not going to get the finish, I don't think, through those posts. They're fairly well known for being a pain in the arse. He's just weapon swapped to an automaton to try and get a finish on the board. He has lost a teammate now. I mean, these guys have foresight and they have specialist. You've got to think that they've got to pull something together here with so many advantages. But it's not working out that way because that is the nature of this circle. This circle is carnage. Let's have a look now at Rumble XL, who is one of the guys who camped and hid in a bush early in the maps. And rightfully damn so. He is currently sitting at 28th, his overall team, so he is 8 places away. Which does sound like a lot, but in reality, it's only 4.5 points. So it's entirely, not even 4.5, it's 3.5 points for these guys. They could definitely, with a solid round here, get in, but as I say that, he gets executed. We go back to Soka, who's currently picking up some pretty insane shots. Oh man, Soka's team have really... I mean, they're down pretty bad here. I'm going to be very honest with you. Soka's now just been caught on the cliff. He is not going to get the zone pull. Soka's team could get wiped here. Despite foresight, despite having foresight and 3 specialist tokens, I think overconfidence has killed the cat a little bit here. Soka's team ended up playing extremely split on the top side here. Skullface was pretty far away. The other team was also pretty far away. They played a very wide split on ultimately a very difficult position. And I think it's come back to bite them here because they're just not... I mean, you know, they might make it into top 15. I think they have just about. They have made it into top 15, which is the important part. Which, you know, is a saving grace considering that Skullface is still alive. Lots of eliminations on the board. So that's a 1.5x multiplier. I think they will be a little bit Oh my god, it's a jailbreak. Oh no! There's 11 teams alive. All operators. No, man. This is no. No. Jailbreak. I think that means... Does that mean all the teams who are speccing are coming back? Surely not. I'm sorry. How many teams? We're going to go from 10? We are 10 teams. Oh my god, everyone who is dead is redeploying. We have gone from 10 teams up to 113 players. 39 redeploys. Jesus Christ. There is no way around it. This is the Look at this. Look at this from Exact. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen, but it's so cool. Oh my god. No way. That is insane. Everyone is spectating. Nobody has quit. That is a jailbreak in map 4, bringing the player count up to over 100 in final circles. This is going to massively shake up this final segment here. Soka's even managed to get back into the game with loadouts on board. People haven't even touched the ground. This is carnage. This is Warzone. That is a 100-man jailbreak in World Series of Warzone. Wow. Wow. That is bonkers. Like, you know, some of the comp guys I don't think are going to be happy about that. Especially the teams who had fought their way into the... I mean, the top 15 is gone, guys. There are still 18 teams alive now. The top 15 has been completely shaken up. What do you do when a 100-man jailbreak comes in? Holy crap. We're now down to 16, so the top 15 has just been completely reshuffled. Entirely reshuffled. I mean, Exact's team have just made their way, theoretically, into the top 15 without... Despite being wiped, these guys were dead into the top 20, and they've just made it. They have just made it into the top 15. That is 14th. Holy crap. That is a full reshuffle. You are never going to see anything like that again. That is absolutely insane. That entire top 15 has just been entirely reshaken. Reshaken and stirred. Exact's team, who had just been wiped, were spectating the final 15 teams, are now part of the final 15 teams. It does not get any better than that. Look, I know some of the comp guys aren't going to like it. I know some of the competitive players who busted their ass to get top 15 are not going to be happy. But you know what? It makes for some damn good entertainment. I can tell you that for free. It makes for some damn good entertainment. Exact's team still fighting for their damn lives. And they're alive. Heading into the final four, a team who weren't even in it. I mean, I don't know what the comp rules around this is. Theoretically, it could be scrubbed. There could be some upset from the pro players participating. I would let it run, personally. I know it's stupid, but I would let it run. Do you know what? If it's part of COD, it's part of COD. I know it shouldn't be in the World Series of Warzone, but you know what? Hey, let's have a look at FaZe Blue here. This was a team that needed a win today. FaZe Blue coming around the corner, gets a down, gets a finish, gets a kill, doesn't get the other one, finishes in, I believe, the top 3. FaZe Blue needed that. And that's going to keep them in. That'll probably put them in the top 20 now, off the back of that. I think that was Exact's team who he wiped. It was indeed Exact's team who he wiped. Wow.
More plates, more plates. Yeah.
I have no plates, so. Literally bait me, bro.
I mean, that is pretty much something. I mean, you know, I don't know what the admins are going to do about this match. Obviously, all of the dead teams are spectating. So it's very difficult. I mean, the admins could just call for a scrap. That is the finish of that. FaZe Blue's team did finish top 4, top 5. So big shout out to them. I have no idea how they're going to approach this. I believe that was one of the... I don't know whose team finished first there. I think it was one of the Mexican teams who I haven't spoken about. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. It's very difficult. I think that might have been... I don't know who won that. I have no idea what the admins are going to do. One of the teams there finished with 16 kills. What do the admins do here? We're going to have to see an official decision. 100-man jailbreak. So I don't know who actually won that round. So look, you know, there's two ways to look at this. Exact's team, for example, were not alive. They were already wiped prior to the 1.5 multiplier. Their team got jailbroken and they finished top 4. So... Oh, did Exact's team win? Exact's team went from completely dead to winning the round. That's something. That is... I mean, that's something. I don't know if they're going to be happy with that. Oh, man. Oh, dear. I mean, what do you do? What do you do, right? from an entertainment standpoint, I'd let it stand. From an entertainment standpoint, I would let it stand. If I was one of the pros participating, I would be pissed. I would be so pissed. Oh man. That is the creme de la creme of Warzone right there. That is the funniest thing I've seen. So for those of you who are just tuning back in, a 100-man, so a jailbreak occurred in the second last circle, redeploying 100 players back into the map. That's just what happened. I mean, come on, like, oh man, I would be so mad. If I was one of the players, I would be so mad. But you know what? That was so funny to watch. I can't believe that. Again, bear this in mind. Exact's team had died outside the top 15 and they just won the map off of a jailbreak. What do you even do? They're definitely going to have to take their time figuring it out. The problem is, though, is if they decide to wipe this, the issue they're going to run into is that if they decide to wipe this, they're going to have to tell everybody if a jailbreak occurs again that they all need to splat. And I don't know if that will happen. I don't know if they'll be able to cohesively pull that off without any problems. That's going to be a tricky part. I think the admins are going to have to figure this out. Whether or not they're going to let this stand is an entirely separate question. I would personally lean towards definitely not letting that stand from a competitive standpoint. From an entertainment standpoint, that was the best shit we've seen all day. Oh man, it's gotta hurt though. Like, if you're one of the teams involved, if you're one of the teams who had a really rough round and then ultimately had a really good round in return, you wouldn't be very happy, would you? They're still calculating the overall scoreboard. I don't know if we're gonna necessarily get a decision right away. Jailbreaks do happen, and they're going to happen. It's pretty much carnage. It's full carnage. Look, from an entertainment standpoint, I would let it stand. But in the World Series of Warzone final, they need to amend the rules. Because don't get me wrong, that was fun. It was cool. I did enjoy watching it. But if I was competing for 300k in the finals and that happened, I would kick off. 100%. I would absolutely kick off. I would be so angry, dude. We're going to see the leaderboard update here. I think they have decided to let this stand. I mean, it's all to play for. It's 100% all to play for. Yeah, so the way this tournament has been set up is that all of these players are playing effectively in public playlists. So everything that you guys play on a day-to-day are in the same game. So Doomsday Crates, jailbreaks, weapons drops, cash drops, but they're in a whitelisted segment, so they all join the same server. Wow. That is... I mean, we've never seen that before, in any of it. We've never seen that in any. So we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see what this looks like on the scoreboard. It looks like they are letting it happen. I'm just going to say. I'll be real with you, and this is just me being honest. I think it was fun to watch. I think it was entertaining. I think it was cool. if I was playing, I'd be fuming. I'd be utterly livid. The entire top 15 just got entirely reshaken. So all of those teams who had grinded super hard to get to top 15, I mean, just got wiped at the end. And you had Jace and Exact's team go from dead outside the top 15 to winning the map. I mean, in Warzone 2, without a shadow of a doubt, they're going to have custom rules so that things like you know, a jailbreak can't happen. I mean, what do you do, right? What do you do if you're one of the competitors? I mean, there aren't words for it, are there? Like, yeah, I can talk to you guys about how wild it is. How you guys just witnessed 120 players. So I would hazard to guess there were probably, what, like 20 players live? You saw 100 people dive back into the map in the final 3 circles. That is utterly ridiculous. But this is the thing. At the end of the day, are you guys going to remember the World Series of Warzone for what happened in that round? And I think a lot of you will say, yeah, I will. Because that was crazy. Oh, man. Obviously, if you're one of the teams who come back, you're over the moon right now. But we are, by the looks of it, heading into map 5. There is going to be no wipe. This is going to stand. We're going to head into map 5 with a fresh... I would love to see the leaderboard. I don't know if we're going to have a chance. We're still waiting on people to load into map 5. They are loading into map 5 as we speak. I would love to see the leaderboard right now. It hasn't updated. They haven't... chances are they were scoring the leaderboard with the top 15 teams, and obviously the jailbreak happened, and they just had to rinse the entire board. Utterly bonkers, guys. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than that. It just doesn't get any better than that. Outside, dead and outside of the top 15 with no point multiplier to winning the map. That is what just occurred. Bonkers. Utterly bonkers. So the scores still haven't been tallied on the leaderboard. We've got no official leaderboard update yet. We're still waiting on confirmation of the scoring. They have let that round stand. Is still yet to be updated. FaZe Blue's team got a really high placement in that. They're going to be really happy with that one. Because they did need it. Especially considering that their team name is Easy Qualifier. Despite not currently... dare I say it, not currently potentially easily qualifying. So, I mean, it was quite something to witness there, folks. What do you do, eh? What do you do if you're a local Warzone player? I'm going to keep refreshing my leaderboard. I'm waiting for official score confirmation. It'd be nice to be able to talk about some of the scores going in. But it looks like we're 60 seconds away from map 5 drop. I mean, Exact's team, I think, have now probably confirmed themselves as qualified. A couple of teams have definitely confirmed themselves as qualified. Even if they just bombed and died and quit in this final round, they would probably still qualify. They were... Yeah, they were already 56 on 3rd place heading into map 4, and they've just finished 1st. So they're probably well into the 70s and 80s in terms of points by now. But it isn't going to matter, folks. We ain't going to have an official update on the leaderboard just yet. I imagine scoring that last round is really hard for the admin team because the full last 15 just completely changed. It completely reshuffled in front of them. And they're going to have to go, they're literally going to have to go for everyone. So it doesn't matter. We're going to pop back in with Exact's team. I'll let you know when the scoreboard does update, but it's map 5, and it is a southwesternly pull sitting over power plant to kick it off, folks. You are about to witness the final map of the World Series of Warzone, where multiple teams... Now look, the leaderboard hasn't been updated, so none of the teams in this tournament know whether or not they've qualified. So all of them are going to have to play it like it's their last bloody breath chance to get in. We're going to watch an interesting drop here from Kingfish FPS into Cul-de-sac, one of my favorite places. I love Cul-de-sac. Nobody else does. It's disgusting. Even though it's such a great drop. I imagine Soka's team are probably already deciding to go top peak. And they're going to do exactly that. They've actually gone to the regain just below. They're going to rotate up to top peak. Gonna keep an eye on the overall setup on that leaderboard. I would love to see that. The scoring has just been updated, folks. Right. I'm going to put you in with Exact, who was head of the last round. Exact's team is now first with 110 points on the board. Second place is Soka's team with 106. Third place is Liam Beams' team, or Hyper Legends. Fourth place is Torix's team. Fifth place is Wagnificent's team. Sixth place is Trek's team. Seventh place is Gyroda Beast's team. 8th place is Shaded Step and OP Mark's team. 9th place is Zero Time team. 10th place is Casper. 11th is Castillo's. 12th is Colors. 13th is Xeon. 14th is FaZe Blue. Good shout for them. Because, I mean, you know, calling your team easy qual and then being outside of the top 20, rough. Also in 14th place is Tap Flatter. 16th place is Devera. 16th place again, Mr. Turby. E-Bates' team clinging on to 18th, and 19th goes to Bartonologist with 20 in Rumble XL. And there is just 1 point separating Omit IQ from 21st to 20th on Rumble XL's team. Everything is to play for, folks. We're heading into the witching hour of the World Series of Warzone. Every single team is going to have to play. The difference between, presently, at this point in time, 26th place and 20th is 6 points. So that's easily attainable. And the difference between 20th place and 10th place is presently at this point in time 16 points. So a big divide, but the top 20 is still all there to be played for right now, folks. Now, we're going to talk about a team who's going for a very risky strategy. It's the Doomsday Crate. And it's happening. Dare I say it, folks, have we just witnessed a Map 5 server crash? Surely not. And it's World Series of Warzone bingo. Map 5 server crash. The witching hour. No. Oh, dear. We're going to bounce between... Oh, the server has died. Yep. That is official. Map 5 crash. Right, let's give you guys a proper look at the leaderboard off the Map 5 crash. It wouldn't be World Series of Warzone without one. I mean, come on. I mean, at least it happened early. That's the good thing. I'd be really upset if I was the team who were on the Doomsday drop. A bit of controversy. I'm just going to fill you guys in as you take a look at the leaderboard here. I do need to refresh the leaderboard. This leaderboard is not accurate. Give me a second. Give this leaderboard a chance to update. There we go. That's official. A bit of controversy here. It appears that there is a little bit of misgivings about how the final round with the jailbreak was handled. Now, I'm seeing a couple of tweets coming through that the rules stated that any team respawned off of a jailbreak should have splattered. They should have killed themselves if they were fully wiped. Teams who weren't fully wiped were allowed to use the jailbreak, but everyone used the jailbreak. So that is a little bit difficult. So we're heading again into map 5 shortly. The teams are just back in the lobby. But I'm hearing through the sort of proverbial grapevine here that there's a lot of controversy over how the jailbreak was handled. Some teams are saying that the official rules are stating that anybody who respawned shouldn't have respawned. Very interesting to see. Very interesting to see here. So a couple of teams, by the looks of it, now look, you know, I'm using the example of Exact's team. Exact's team went from dead outside the top 15th, who, according to what I'm reading online here, should have not redeployed. And they ended up winning. So, something to consider, definitely. But a little bit, a bit messy to say the least. We'll wait to see what some of the players say after the tournament. There will obviously, look, they've let the round stand as is. Traditionally, it is a gentleman's agreement to just splat. But that doesn't appear to have been honored in this. But if the rules have been stated that the team shouldn't have redeployed and they did, I can understand why some people would be upset about that. Either way, here is your flash look at the leaderboard heading into map 5 again. We're waiting on these teams to start matchmaking again. You can see a really distinct pull in how things are starting to shape up here with the top eliminations. Soka's team definitely qualified. I mean, we are talking over 70 points, nearly. In fact, we are talking over 70 points between 2nd place and 20th. Soka's team and that'll be Exact's team. I have 100% qualified. Same as the Hyper Legends, Liam Beam's team, 100% qualified. I would even go so far as to say that Torix's team and Wag's, maybe not Wag's team, but Torix's team and maybe Wag's team are safe. From 20th to kind of 20th to sort of 12th, you're talking 16 points, which is still quite a lot. A lot can change, and a lot could go wrong. So, you know, we are seeing a fairly strong separation there. Some of the guys sort of in the top 10 have quite drastically pulled away from 10th to 20th. So top 10, I would say most of those guys have locked it in by now. But this can change. I mean, if E-Bates' team does well, and they pull into the top 10, you might see a couple of other teams pull from the top 25 to the top 20. So things can still definitely shake up here, folks. You are still going to see a lot of movement in this leaderboard. The only 4 teams who I'd say are definitely safe are 1st to 4th. Statistically and mathematically. It's still mathematically possible that even the guys in 5th place in Magnificent's team could be dethroned. I am going to ask the question, because it is a question to be asked. I still don't actually know if Magnificent's primary account in Warzone has been unbanned. And it is a question. It does beg a competition question. I don't think his account has been unbanned, and I don't think Call of Duty have stated that it was a false ban. So the fact that he is in this tournament is kind of its own question. I am not going to pose any answers to that question. I'm simply going to pose you guys that question. If his account was falsely banned, I can understand his participation. I don't know whether Magnificent's primary account has been unbanned to this day. Either way, he has been allowed to compete. So take of that what you will. Naturally, you know, like, we're not throwing around any accusations here. It is just a curious question. Obviously, Call of Duty are pretty hands-on with this tournament, so I would like to see maybe some clarity on that. I'm sure some other teams who are competing would also like to see some clarity on that. But that's another question for another day. That being said, looking at this top setup here, only the top 4 are safe, really. Like, only 4 of these 20 slots are really confirmed. Now, yes, it would take something pretty incredible to knock 5th and 6th out of their spots. It would take something pretty incredible to really shift around anybody below the top 5. That being said, it's still possible. For all you know, one of these teams right here, IQ, for example, sitting in 21st, could just have a blinder of a game. And if that happens, then things are going to get really shifty, really interestingly. So something to definitely keep an eye on. Things could get really hot and contentious into these final rounds. Like I say, the gap between 20th and 24th isn't massive. Between, 31st and 20th, we are currently talking about a 9-point difference. So it is entirely possible. It is entirely possible. A lot can happen in a very short space of time here, folks. So let's see how it goes down. Now, the teams are currently loading back into a fresh lobby. We're going to see some pretty hot rounds, I think, here. And this is really it. We are entering what is effectively the witching hour of the World Series of Warzone, folks. We are entering the final showdown, so to speak. Yes, the teams would have seen the leaderboards. Yes, some of them would have seen the leaderboards. But honestly, at this point in time, even if they have seen the leaderboard, it's not going to matter. It's really about getting wins on the board. So you're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see a lot of that happening today. Even if these teams have mathematically calculated where they're at, a lot of them won't want to chance it. A lot of them would refuse to chance waiting to see if maybe they get in. So, an interesting question to say the least. Now, the real one that I'm keeping an eye on is Ebates and FaZe Blue. Now, Ebates finished in 18th so far going into map 5. They won map 1 though, and they haven't had a lot of success so far since then. But they are in the top 20 as we speak. The other one is FaZe Blue. I think FaZe Blue is a very talented player, but calling your team easy qualification is very cheeky, especially when you weren't in the top 20th until map 4. So calling your team easy qualification and then not actually making it into the qualification nearly is a question. Now, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. I would like to see... I don't know whether, so all of the teams were matchmaking into a pre-game lobby. That pre-game lobby was then killed off. So they're now, I believe, re-matchmaking again into another pre-game lobby. But some of them have switched to their intermission screens, which maybe is asking the question is, are some questions being asked internally about map 4? Is game 4 going to be reset here? Are they going to reset map 4? I think we might be seeing a map 4 reset. Because what we're seeing here, I think they are resetting map 4. I think it's happening. Just off of what I'm seeing here, they have just reset the overall leaderboard back to map 4. Well, map 3, going into map 4. So, I think they're going for a map 4 reset. Let's have a look here. Looks like after the jailbreak... It's looking that way, guys. By the looks of things, I'm gonna go with my gut here. I'm gonna quickly transition you guys over here. So this is the leaderboard, allegedly end of map 4. That has since now been updated to go back to map 3. I'm gonna refresh it here, and you're gonna see that it's gone back to map 3 scores. Now, I can understand the decision. I think they've made the right call here. Now, from my understanding, just as a general situation here. My understanding is that there was a general consensus. In fact, I'm going to see if I can potentially get full clarity on this. My understanding is that some people were a little bit upset about the fact that map 4, there was allegedly a rule that stated that people who respawned would have to kill themselves off. So I think they're being held at the moment for further instruction. It's looking like a map 4 reset by the looks of things off the top of my head here. Just looking at what's going on here, by the looks of things, all of the players participating have been told to hold off on matchmaking and wait. And I think it is going to be a map 4 reset. So rather than the scores standing for map 4, it looks like they're going to replay map 4. Now, from what I understand, the rules stated that anybody who redeployed should have killed themselves. They shouldn't have challenged. Only teams with players still alive were allowed to challenge. That appears to have been in the rule set going into this tournament, and it appears that that has now been argued out. It looks like, I think, some of the pro teams involved have likely complained that if that was in the rules should have been adhered to. So we're going to see how this unfolds here, but by the looks of things, we are looking at an official map 4 reset. Either that or they are coming to a conclusion or resolution on that. I'm going to go ahead and say right now that they're going to reset map 4. It looks like they're going to replay it. From my understanding, from what we've seen online here, the official rule set was to state that if you weren't alive, so we saw in map 4 that Exact's team actually lived until the final 15. They died outside of the final 15 and then got redeployed from the jailbreak and then won the map. And according to the rules, that shouldn't have been allowed to happen. Because they were fully wiped, they should have killed themselves off. So a very interesting call here. We're going to see how map 4 goes. It's looking as though a full map 4 reset's about to occur. The Game Battles team has told pretty much everybody to back out of the lobby. Okay, hold up. Map 4 might not be getting reset after all. One of the streamers has left the Discord channel for the World Series of Warzone up. And it would appear that the person running this at Game Battles has just stated, please begin searching for BR trios for the final match. So I can only presume, and this is just my rough guess off the top of the things, it seems as though a couple of the teams were upset about how map 4 was handled here. And it appears that some teams have stated that the rule set had indicated that map 4 shouldn't have been allowed to have occurred how it occurred. Now, I think this is still being argued over because some of the people in the game have been told, well, everybody's now been told to search for the final map. They're being told that this is in fact map 5. And I mean, this is a little bit dicey here because I think a lot of the pro players aren't happy about this situation. If the rules have not been adhered to correctly. Now, I would like to see...
Utilicemos nuestras armas y equipo. Aún tenemos tiempo.
I'm going to try and get some clarity on this, guys. I'm actually going to search through the rules myself. Right. So they have been called into map 5. So this is official now. We are actually going into map 5. Okay, so we're gonna keep it real with Bartonologist here. They have been called into map 5. I'm gonna have a quick look at what the World Series of Warzone rules officially state about how this is supposed to happen. I think I can only presume that the rules would be on game battles. Let's have a look. Very interesting. Very interesting to see. Interesting flight path as well. We're seeing that over the top of Resort. I would like to... I think I'm going to have to... I'll have to DM one of the players who participated later to see what they were told on this. It does appear as if there has been a bit of upset about this. And it does appear that regardless, we are now going into map 5 and there will not be a reset. So, you know, a little bit tricky, to be honest with you. There doesn't seem to be anything about it. In terms of... Yeah, no word yet on the rules. Interesting. Anywho, we are heading into map 5. As you can see, some of the teams are loading in. Some of the teams are challenging. Some of the teams are having a bit of a warm-up here.
I'll probably give them a few minutes. They said, please hold.
So it looks like this is going to go down. Sorry, folks. Apologies for my slightly slower commentary here. I'm trying to just find out what the situation is here on board. I would love to see if they've updated. This is the strange thing. Now, they've told everybody to go and search for map 5. And everybody is, as you can see, Bartonologist is currently inside the pregame lobby for this. But they've reset the leaderboard to map 3 and the overall standings. So I really am not sure about how this is being handled at this point in time. So we're going to have to wait and see. It looks like map 4 is being held. It looks like map 4 is going to stand. Now, you know, I'm not Game Battles. I'm not the organizers. The scoreboard has not been updated yet. It's still reflecting map 3 scores. It isn't representing map 4 scores. Interesting to see. So, from what we saw, the Discord had officially stated that everybody should go into map 5. Game Battles had called everybody in to search for map 5. But in map 4, the scores haven't been updated. Like, the scores just straight up haven't been updated. So, not entirely sure what's happening here. So there's presently no Game 4 redo on the board.
console.
Makes sense, huh?
Just some random team got in somehow. Just whitelist stopped working for one team.
Imagine.
I wouldn't be surprised. Really wouldn't.
Not entirely sure what's going down here. If the scoreboard updates to represent map 4 scores, then it tells me that map 4 has stuck. If not, this could very well be a replay of map 4. So we're going to have to wait and see, really. Curious to see how this is gonna. No, that is official. Okay, map 4 is going to stand. Yep. Map 4 is going to stand, and that is a northern pull to docks for this final map. Interesting. Very interesting to see. That is official now, folks. Map 4 is going to stand. We're going to stay here with Kingfish FPS as he dives into the setup here. So the scores have been officially updated again. But the scores are entirely... Do you know what? This is very odd, actually. So the scores aren't different. The scores are still correct. I don't understand entirely how this has been done. I think they got some of the scores wrong. So I think what happened here is they got some of the scores wrong, and as a result of that, had to re-update the leaderboard, but map 4 is going to stand. So we are now playing map 5. So this is officially the witching hour, the final game. Now, there is a bit of controversy here because people had stated that the rules had said that if you were completely out, you were supposed to break your legs and wipe. Now, I haven't seen the official rules myself. I don't have access to them, but that is what some pro players have alleged. But instead, there's been this weird sort of counter delay, and it looks like map 4 is going to stand here. So a bit of controversy. Personally, you know, if the rules did state that people should have splatted and should have not allowed themselves back into the game, then I believe map 4 should be replayed. It doesn't look like that's been the case, so we'd have to see some official clarity from Game Battles and see what they say. But let's dive on in with OP Mark's team, Team 37 here. OP Mark's team is currently sitting in at 7th place, 54 points, so they still theoretically could drop out of the top 20 if some other teams have some really good games. But they are fairly safe. There are some other teams, however, who do need some big wins here. We've got a couple of teams who are really on the edge here. Omit IQ, Bartonologist's team, Hawkey TTV, Frozo's team. These are all people who could break into top 20 with a good round here. So we're gonna have a look at so let's go up to Bartonologist. These are guys who need a good round here.
Don't overpush it. You're by yourself. You just hold this top hill and just shoot down on them. Nice.
Nice. Where are the other ones? Are they both in the back? Were they?
Only one in the Bertha. I don't see the other guy. Yeah.
Alright.
I swear.
Yeah, he's on the other side of the house.
Some good breaks there from Bartonologist into map 5 here, folks. These guys do need a good round here. At the moment, Bartonologist's team is sitting at 23rd, and they are presently, at this point in time, 3 points off of 20th place. They need a big round here. There are a couple of teams in very similar positions here. E-Bates' team is definitely one of those teams. They need a big round here. And we'll see how things go. There are just a lot of teams right now who need some solid finishes here. Rumble XL's team could do with a solid finish to make sure that they stay in the top 20.
Yeah, we need to go. We need to go.
Look across to this car to the right.
And it's going to be the final round, folks. So this is going to be some pretty intense rounds by the looks of things. We're going to have a look at Soka's team. Soka's team are pretty much qualified today. They are currently sitting at 106 points. So Soka's team would somehow need to lose by 71 points. So that's not going to happen. These guys could absolutely... These guys are probably just going to play this game however the hell they please, because they have made it in 100%. But interesting to see if they decide to be a headache for some of the other teams today. But they have indeed qualified. 100% have made it through. So interesting to see Soka's team. We've got T-Shivs' team as well, another team who needs some work to qualify. There are a lot of teams on the board right now who are going to need some good rounds here. One of those teams is down here, and that is IQ. IQ's team is currently sitting at 21st, folks. They are half a point off of the top 20. Half a point. So we need to see some big stuff from these guys today. They need a win. There are ultimately pretty much every team sitting from 15th to 20th, 12th to 20th, needs a fairly substantive round. All of these teams are going to need some fairly substantive rounds to get through. Devera's team is currently sitting at 18th. They need a big round right now. He's currently challenging at the moment. I believe, if I was to hazard a guess, this is the transition between UFO and Peak. So two teams here who need a big win today. And I tell you what, they're about to collapse into each other. This is Devera's team and Omit IQ's team who are about to clash into each other here. And both of these teams, both of them, need some big wins today. And that is one of Omit IQ's kills on the board right now, who's actually wiped one of Devera's teammates who has no gulag. That's a full wipe. Devera's team are now splitting to try and escape from this situation. Both of them taking opposite routes to try and rotate away from this. Omit IQ's team is now running into some trouble here, getting shot. That is one man gulag, one man down. Probably not going to be able to get any reses off on them. And that, oh man, this is not good. This is a team who are currently sitting presently at this point in time at 21st place. They need a massive win here. They need something, and this is not the start that they needed, 100%. Let's see if we can find some action on the board. Devera's team, another team who needed a decent round here. Dare I say it, have they been wiped? I think Devera might still be in it. I think one of his teammates might still be in it, or at least two of them. It's difficult to see from like the 360p stream. But another team that needs a good round today. I mean, it's all to play for, really, folks. I mean, there are very few teams. There's like the top 5, top 6 maybe, are 100% safe. Everybody else is still up for grabs, and a lot can change in a single round. A lot can really shift around in a single round. One of those teams who needs a decent little finish here today is, in fact, Astro Boy's team, who's just picked up a down there off the edge of docks, utilizing the crane and UGM. Couple kills on the board for these guys now by the looks of things. A good amount of cash as well. We love a bit of streamception. Yes, we do. Do you know, we love streamception when people have nice looking streams. Like Complexite, who has a lovely looking stream. Look at that. He's currently challenging right now off the edge of the cul-de-sac. And he has... I don't actually know where these guys presently are in the grand scheme of things.
Go right. I'll say go right.
Don't exactly know where they are in the grand scheme of things at this point in time. I don't think that they are in the top 20. Astro Boy Hero isn't in the top 20. Astro Boy Hero is presently 29th. So they definitely need a big game today.
These kids have 3 Berthas, dude.
And meanwhile, we have MP Robert, who prefers the grayscale way of life on his live streams. So we got a couple of teams here who really just don't need to care about. I mean, of course, they will want solid finishes. They will want to boast that they finished highly in the qualifiers. I mean, Soka's team is trading blows with Exact's team for first place here. 110 points to 106 points, which is pretty insane. That's a really high value margin. And all of them will want to see out this series fairly successfully, I would say. But either way, you know, interesting to see that Game 4, by the looks of it, has been allowed to stand. We are rolling into Game 5 here, and there's a lot to play for. And I'll be honest with you, we're seeing some early game crumble, because 5 teams have already been wiped off completely of the board. We're already down to a solid 88 players by the looks of things, which is not a massive number considering the circle hasn't collapsed too drastically here. And it's going to be an interesting pull, I reckon. One of those teams, again, that needs to do a solid round here, a solid bit of bidding, is FaZe Blue's team here. With the ZRG, which I got to respect. Not only because he is currently 14th, you know, which isn't safe by any chance. 14th is, sorry, 13th even, joint 13th, which isn't safe. So FaZe Blue does need a big game here. They do need a solid round. But added pressure because their team has decided to be called Easy Qual, thus implying that they probably should finish top 5, top 10. So, I mean, we've never seen I don't think I've seen a truck ram a helicopter just yet in this tournament, but we've had one just there. Thank you, Benny Mac. Much appreciated for the kind words. So there's a lot of teams, you know, some teams here just don't need to care. Some teams are 100% in. Doesn't matter. They could splat at the start of this round, and they would 100% be in. Other teams, however, I mean, it's still quite meat grindery. There is still a chance. Prospect, I think, is one of those teams who has a possibility of getting into the top 20. And it's currently 2-man stacked into a hole right now. So we'll see how that goes. So we're seeing a slightly different take on this round from FaZe Blue's team, and I think a lot of this is reflective of the fact that they are aware they're in a vulnerable spot here. They have got some pretty good snipes on the board. You can see the zone there is pulling quite drastically towards Docklands, but perhaps this is a team that's looking to play this a little bit more like OP Mark's team. Another team that needs a very successful round here. IQ's team. These guys are currently being beamed out the sky, and they're off the edge of the gas, so this is a little bit tricky for them. And they are massively split. I think he actually just got a double res on both of his teammates there. So we're going to see some fairly interesting plays here. You know, a lot of these teams are just going to have to dig deep and make this round work for them. You know, or you can be finishing in the top 2, like Soka's team, and still be running around peak having a bit of a blast. He has just been taken out himself there, but I'm sure he'll, and he's instantly back in. There you go. That is Soka's team, and that is exactly why they are in the top 3 today. They could even finish first if they get a solid round here. But there are lots of teams at the moment who need a good round on the board, who need to try really hard to try and break into that top 20. There's definitely a lot up for grabs today. We're going to click in here with Clink. Now, unfortunately, I don't think Clink's team has a huge chance to get in here. They currently have 19 points, which is leaving them at 34th place, which currently takes them 16.5 points out of the top. So I don't think they have any chance of getting into qualification today, and this will be the end of World Series of Warzone for them today after Map 5. But you know what? Good compares compete hard even till the very end. And I think with a man with a claw like that, you simply can't say no. Doing a fantastic job.
One of them got down from the Bertha. It's a 1v1. 1v1v1.
let's have a quick little transition over to... Well, Exact's team has been wiped, folks. I can confirm that to you right now. So the team who were I want to say that is a wipe. Yeah, it is in fact a wipe. Exact's team, who are first place with 110 points, have been wiped. So Soka's team have a chance here to finish first on the day. One of the teams who are touted to protect... Yeah, Soka's team are going to pick up first today, folks. With already 4 eliminations on the board by himself, by the looks of it, with like semi-ground loot. Soka's team are going to pick up first place in the World Series of Warzone, folks. The only way that would change is if the Hyper Legends team with Liam Beams manages to put up a pretty massive score. Otherwise, Soka's team is most definitely going to take first place today in the World Series of Warzone qualifier. So big shout out to those guys. They're doing a fantastic job today. They've played all 5 maps super competitively. And we're seeing some really solid plays from them. Now, one of the teams who you wouldn't want to be right now is Ebates' team. Now, Soka's team don't care about this round. Soka's team have already effectively won the tournament. Yes, they would like to finish first. Ebates' team needs a good round here, and they are presently directly under Soka's team. So that is not where you want to be. That is not where you want to be at all. We are talking about standing under 2 of the kill leaders of Warzone. Skullface and Mayapo have both, between them, managed to get 58 kills, which is pretty insane, between 2 players. So, pretty massive performance from this team. And right now, Ebates' team is sitting right under them, which could be a massive cause for concern. If I was them, I would get in that metro tunnel and get the bloody hell out of Dodge. Now, another team who are in an interesting spot right now, LG Trizzy's team. I don't actually know where these guys are presently sitting in the leaderboard, but they're having a huge challenge here. He manages to get 1 kill, goes back in with a reach out PPSH. So close, but so far. Nearly gets the wipe there, LG Trizzy, on 2 of them. I believe that was Uncivil Queen's team who challenged off the edge there. And LG Trizzy with a fantastic job there to even get 1 kill, nearly 1 down as well. Now, let's have a look at how things pan out here for Ebates' team. One of those teams that needs to get a big win here, do quite well, but they're having to go past Soka's team mid-air. He's just lost a single plate. They're aware that there's people on top peak, so I think they're going to transition away from this quite quickly. Whether or not Soka's team decides to hunt them, though, is another question, and a terrifying prospect if you're one of these lads, that's for sure. There is a chance here that Soka's team could just decide to aggro push them. In fact, that could be what is happening right now. There is a push coming down the hill from a parachuter. Let's see if we can lock in with Soka's perspective here. Soka's team are actually in the gondolas, so they are a little bit far off. They have kind of marked this general location. So Ebates' team haven't got a huge number of eliminations on the board at the minute. They need a good finish. There's presently still plenty of people alive. And you've got these guys descending upon them any second now, who have just picked up another kill on the gondola building, and potentially are about to challenge for even another one on top of that. A fantastic little gas grenade strategy there from Soka over the top allows his teammate to get a really easy kill. But he does himself then get picked off. Ebates' team, however, has decided to make, dare I say it, the intelligent play. And just flat out transition as far away from this as humanly possible. And that is the intelligent play to make it. They are having to challenge here. They do get an elim. It's a pretty interesting setup here. A couple of the teams who still need to do well. Astro Boy Heroes team, who could potentially break into the top 20 if they're lucky. Unfortunately, going to the Gulag there might not necessarily have the kills on the board either. Theoretically, one of the teams outside of the top 20, with a win in this round, could force their way into the top 20. And that's the way to think about it. Seeing some pretty nice snipes there. And some pretty good jobs challenging these teams on the tins here. We're going to stick with Ebates' team temporarily here. again, one of those teams who just need something to happen here. They are 17th, very close to the drop, and they want to make it into the World Series of Warzone. And to do that, they need to hit some pretty serious snipes, make some serious plays, and they've just got to go for it. They've really got to go for it here.
Sure, bring me money. I could buy, drop money. I'm gonna buy UE, alright?
Placement here, boys. We need placement.
I'm gonna pop UE. I'm gonna pop UE immediately.
Yeah, D just right. Placement.
Yes. Flying.
Flying above us.
I see it right here.
See if he can hit the mid-air snipe. Now, that would be naughty. Let's have a look here at Picnic Basket's team, who are currently challenging off the edge of, I want to say that is the transition between factory and docks, and some of the general terrain around there. There is a redeploy balloon off of that station, so this is going to be a difficult challenge. Go back to Ebates' team quickly. He's just picked up a disgusting team wipe. The zone is finishing in a very tricky position here, folks. Ebates' position is effectively where the zone pull is. There are 2 teams left until the top 15. Getting into the top 15 may very much guarantee Ebates' team a spot in the top here. So this is massive for them. If they can get through this final segment here, get some kills on the board, keep getting some wins in, this team could find themselves in the World Series of Warzone with a very challenging uphill battle ahead. Now, we do have another man and another team who need a little something from that. And I believe that was Omit IQ's team. Omit IQ's team, I believe, have not made it, folks. He has just decided to end his stream. They were 21st. They needed a good round here, and they've been wiped before the top 15. So that is their opportunity of getting into the top 20 from 21st to 20th out the window, I'm afraid. Unfortunate for those guys, they would need the MP team, or MP Robert and co, to have a pretty bad succession of matches, which isn't going to happen. MP Robert's team has made it into the top 15. So unfortunately, Omit IQ's team is out of the tournament. They're not going to qualify for the World Series of Warzone. Ebates has just gone down, but he still has 2 players alive. Ultimately, the number of eliminations they have, plus the 2nd to 15th place multiplier, should mean that without any major disruptions here, Ebates' team should make it into the top. But, as with all things, you've got the evil team of Soka and Shaded Step. Sorry, not Shaded Step, my bad. That's OP Mark's team. You've got Soka and Skullface's team. Ebates' team has been officially wiped, but they did manage to get 13 points on the board with a 1.5x multiplier. That should safely see them into the qualifications. So, good job from them. I think they'll make it through. Soka's team, however, have decided that they definitely want first place and they want to do it with a bit of style. MP Roberts' team has been wiped, but I think that they had enough on the board, dare I say it, to keep them in the top 20 contention as well. MP Roberts' team, I think, finished up that with nearly 10 plus points. So, no, they finished with 9 points on a 1.5x multiplier. So a good chance for those guys to stay in. Let's see if we can find FaZe Blue, because FaZe Blue's team is called Easy Qual. And, well, you know, if you're called Easy Qual, you just have to qual, don't you? I think FaZe Blue's team has been wiped. They have been wiped. FaZe Blue's team has been wiped, and I don't know how many eliminations they got. Well, that could end badly for them. They are only, folks, and I say this only, they're only 8 points off of 20. So, theoretically here, FaZe Blue's team, it really depends on who's in these final circles, but there is a chance that they might not have made it. I think they have. I think they've just about scraped it in. I think they stayed alive till the top 15, so we'll have to see what their multiplier looks like. I don't think we're going to see any luck for Astro Boy Hero, unfortunately. I think his team has been wiped and taken out. So it really is just a case of watching who is now going to be the champion of the NA qualifier, which is Soka's team, with Skullface and Mayapo, who has currently, going into map 5, Mayapo is presently the #1 kill leader of the tournament. Soka's team are going to finish this at the top of the World Series of Warzone, and by some margin, to say the least. They were going into this, they were 4 points behind Exact's team. Exact's team got wiped early into this game. Soka's team have picked up a number of eliminations. So Soka's team here are going to finish first place, and it's going to be a fairly substantial finish. I mean, when you've got such a ridiculous team, Soka's an incredible player, but, you know, Skullface and Mayapo here are first and third in the overall eliminations for today. And that tells you everything you need to know about this team. They are utterly, utterly ridiculous. Come on, Jailbreak. Oh, no. Don't say that. Don't say that. I mean, if a jailbreak happened right now, Carnage? I mean, you know, I don't see it happening. There aren't very many people left. It looks like Soka's team might be able to pick up a win here. Yeah, they are. It's 2v2. And when you're playing against the kill leaders of today, utterly clinical kill leaders of today, you know, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, these guys have... I mean, look, you know, there's doing well in an NA qualifier, and then there's finishing over 50 points above 6th place. In fact, over 50 points above 5th place. These guys are literally going to finish this series. Yeah, these guys are nuts, man. These guys are nuts. They've just got a 2x multiplier off of a 26 kill game. Yeah, that's, you know, I mean, there's no ways around it. They have just absolutely dominated the World Series of Warzone, folks. That's pretty crazy. There's no two ways around it. Hisoka and his team, Mayapo and Skullface, have just destroyed the NA qualifiers of the World Series of Warzone. That, in my view, will put them over 150 points on the day, meaning that the gap between first and second is going to be nearly 50 points. In fact, that's going to be about 40 points between first and second. So he is, without a shadow of a doubt, that is Soka, Skullface, and Mayapo dominating the World Series of Warzone NA qualifiers. No way around it, folks. You just witnessed one of the best teams in North America who weren't invited to this tournament, by the way. Soka's team were not invited out of the 20 teams already pre-invited to North America. Just put on a damn statement in the NA qualifiers, folks. Utterly... I mean, yeah, we're going to wait for the leaderboard to update before we go, folks. But Soka's team there are about to finish that. What's that? 28 times 2, so that would be 56. 56 points, which would put them at 166 points, which would probably put them about 50 points above second place. I did say that I thought... I mean, early in the stream, I did say that I thought Soka's team would finish in the top 2, top 3, top 5. I wasn't expecting them to be this damn dominant. And you know what? That's an incredible team performance, because not only were they moving to positions in a very intelligent way, they were playing as a very aggressive team, absolutely dominating people. Soka's team have finished 50 points, I believe, over 50 points above second place, folks. And that is, how does one say, disgusting? So, you know, what can you do, folks? What can you do when you have... You know, what do you do, really, when one team just utterly dominates the field? Don't get me wrong, you know, there were a lot of other really solid teams in that performance. A lot of really other solid players who did really well. You know, I spoke about OP Marked quite substantially. Spoke about a couple of the other guys quite substantially. But what you saw there was different tier. Like, Exact's team did really well. OP Mark's team did really well. Liam Beam's team did really well. We did some really good jobs across the board. A couple of teams as well who I hadn't heard a lot of before did really well. But to finish damn near 60 points, 50, 60 points above your opponents, that is insane. That is top tier stuff, folks. The final results are coming up in about 2 minutes, folks. We're just waiting for the official leaderboard to update, and then we'll wrap all of this show up today. But that was the World Series of Warzone, all 5 games. The top 5 teams are probably definitely qualified today. So Magnificent's team, Torinek's team, Liam Beam's Skullface's team, and Exact's team are all going to qualify in the top 5. We'll wait to see how the rest of it plays out. But we should have some official scores coming in the official scorecard momentarily, folks. So don't go anywhere. We're going to see the qualifying teams. We're going to get an official read on the qualifying teams. Good to see you all, folks. Thank you for the kind words as well. Another fine day casting. We've been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is pretty bonkers. It is 2:30 in the morning where I am. But you know what? We grind. When in doubt, grind it out. So we're waiting on an official scorecard here. Still waiting on all of this to update. I'm just going to keep refreshing my leaderboard until we see a score change. It was a pretty good night, guys. I really enjoyed it. A pretty good night indeed. Let's have a look at it. We're going to try and get a final leaderboard update, folks. We're talking about a fairly dominant performance there, though, from some of the NA teams. But these NA teams are coming up against some very good NA teams in the finals. You know, people like Soka's team are going to be running into Breadman, Jowo, and FIFA Kill. So, it's not going to be easy. I'll tell you that for free. We're not going to be live tomorrow morning. No, I'm going to take a break because there's no way I'm streaming at 10 a.m. My sign gets here tomorrow, and so do my new controllers and stuff. So I'm probably going to set up the sign in the background and a few other bits and pieces. And we might do like an evening stream or something. So we're still waiting on official leaderboard update, but 28 kills. Simon, thank you for the $5 super chat, much appreciated. Yeah, you know, I love giving you guys this commentary, the insight, the analysis. I think we covered everything quite succinctly. Bit of weirdness around map 4, but you know what, you just got to go over it. You just got to approach it how you approach it. And generally speaking, I think they did a fantastic job. Like, yeah, I think the teams involved did a really good job under some fairly challenging circumstances. It was a rearranged fixture already. So yeah, tomorrow this won't be a prison background anymore, which all of you keep saying, which is really rude, by the way. Tomorrow this is going to have a custom sign in the background with the logo, custom bits and pieces, and it's going to look all very lovely. All right? So no more complaining. All right? My background's going to look good. But it went really well. I think a lot of the tournaments did really, really well. You know, don't get me wrong, you know, a lot of the teams did a great job. A big shout out to, you know, people like Exact, Liam Beams, Trek's team, Casper's team, FaZe Blue's team pushed in a good job. But, you know, there's a difference between doing well and dominating. And that's what you witnessed right there. That's what you witnessed right there. You just witnessed one of those teams just do damage. There's no way around it. They just did damage to the enemy team. Right. Let's see if we can get an official update here on the scores. They are taking, dare I say, a little while here. I don't know if they're going over any contested results or if there have been any more controversies, which we'd rather hope there weren't, would we? But no, we've had a cracking little night, guys. Thank you very much for joining me tonight as well. It's been wonderful. Just going to wait on these final scores in. Appreciate all the support. You know, hopefully, hey, look, one day, who knows? Maybe we get a call up from COD. Maybe COD give us a call and they go, hey, boss man, you know how you did that thing on YouTube? Do you want to do it for us? And I'll go, no problem, boss, and we'll do it again. We're just going to wait on the leaderboard though, guys. I do want to see it update. I do want to get the final scores in, give the teams their props. Jailbreak was crazy, dude. Jailbreak was crazy, because a lot of the teams on the floor who still had guns and still had multiple players were just eating. It was just free kills. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can get the official result. We still haven't got anything just yet. Nothing coming in just yet. But we're getting there. We are getting there. They are, I imagine there's... Oh, no. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. That is... Oh, it updated for a second. But it wasn't the official score. No, I think that is the official score. Right. Let's refresh. Come on. I can tell you now that Soka's team finished 48 points above second place. How ridiculous is that? 48 points above second place. It ain't right. It just ain't right. We're going to go have a look at it. Look at that for a leaderboard, man. That's a statement. 48 points. So that means we have Skullface and Soka's team qualified 48 points above second place. We have Cammy's team, which I believe is Exact's team, qualified second. Toronix's team, third place, qualified. Liam Beams, fourth place, qualified. Casper V, Rumble XL, do you know what? Fair play, because those guys didn't have it easy. Qualified. Z Colors, qualified. Castillo, qualified. Trek, qualified. Magnificent, qualified. Shaded Step and OP Mark's team, qualified. E-Bates' team, getting the job done, qualified. FaZe Blue qualified at 15th. Frozone's team made it in 17th. Great job to them. And the last team who made it in was Mr. Turby's team at 19th. MP Lookup's team and MP Robber making it in at 19th after just barely staying alive in the final circles. So incredible jobs to all of those guys. They absolutely smashed it up. I mean, look, you know, there is doing well, and then there's leaving a statement. And finishing that far above second place is bonkers. I mean, let me just calculate off the top of my head, just so I don't get this wrong. That's 46 points. 48.5 points above second place. 48.5 points above second place. Well, folks, that is it for this evening. That is your qualification bracket. The World Series of Warzone is heading into the finals, the NA and EU finals, for $600,000.